welcome everyone. We're back, day 10 of 11 here in Tallinn, Estonia, for the Epbf Predator European Championships. Things are heating up. We're down to the single elimination stage in 9-ball. The last 64 matches are underway. We're in for a bit of a treat here. We have Estonia's Dennis Grabe versus Spain Andoni Echeverria. And this will be an interesting one because Echeverria beat Dennis in one of the other disciplines. I think it was the 10-ball. So Dennis will be looking to get a bit of revenge here. My name is Graham Hickman. I'm here with a good friend of mine, Arya Sorabi, and we will be talking you through this 9-ball match as we move through shot by shot. Welcome, Arya. How are you doing? Thanks for joining. What do you think of this match?
Good morning, Graham. Good morning, everyone watching around the world. I'm very excited to see how this will unfold. Like you said, Dennis is an established name, but I'm sure Iker Echeverria will also be feeling very confident.
Yeah, for sure.
Just see we just saw the first break there. Looks like a very decent layout right from the get-go here for Echeverria.
Yeah, what a break. Just to inform everybody, so we know the basics of how 9-ball is running in operation from a rules perspective. We have 9-ball on the spot. Players have to get 3 points, which means it will be an illegal break. And how you get the 3 points: you get 1 point for pocketing a ball, and you also get 1 point for a ball passing the head string or the break line. You need a combination of pocketing balls and balls to pass the head string of 3 points, and that will be all fine. We have a shot clock in operation, which is 60 seconds from the break off, and a 25-second extension, and then from shot by shot there is a 35-second shot clock with a 25-second extension. Players will be notified when 10 seconds are remaining, and they can choose to use their extension or not. Well, that's how you want to start a match, Arya. Nice break and run.
Exactly. I was about to say, if you would have to ask someone to show how a very nice and straightforward warm-up a rack would look like, that would be it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he looks very confident, and I think having a win over Dennis already in this European Championships will just give him that little bit of extra pep in his step. But let's not be fooled, Dennis has been playing extremely well in this European Championship so far. He's already got 1 medal, being in the semi-finals of the straight pool, and last night he played his countryman in the losers qualification match, Sander Tam, and he beat him 9-1, Arya, in about 30 minutes. It was quite incredible. I wasn't commentating on that match, but it was a very quick match.
Yeah, I scrolled through that match a bit, and you're completely right. He was just flying, as we say, in Q Sports, and it's one of the best feelings to have.
I don't think he's got a shot here. He might be playing the cue ball behind the 10, the 8-ball, sorry, potentially. If he can get there. No, misjudged that. So a chance for Dennis here to play a pretty good save.
Yeah, I was about to say, obviously the first obstacle it seems like the 6 could potentially be a problem, because it does look glued to the rail, but I think you should be able to pot that once you get to that stage. Obviously right now he's got no real potting chance on the 1. Safety should be the order of the day.
That's a good overhead. I think that 6-ball deceiving. It's hard to tell completely if it does go in the side. It's very, very close. It's one of those shots, Arya, where even if you're right behind it and you want to try to play it in the top left corner, that middle pocket just cause a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an argument to say you desperately want to plot it in the middle pocket rather than corner pocket. That was a very decent jump there by Echeverria. He's not left the one.
Well, the 6 does go inside. Wow. That's incredible. What about that for a shot and position? Goodness me. Just whack. Just give it a whack. It's crazy.
I think Dennis immediately understood that his best, odds for getting it safe would be to give it a nice firm stroke. It might have looked very casual, but I think there was an element of calculated risk there. However, you can't afford to miss them type of pots at any level.
It's a surprise. You got a very big bit of fortune there.
Under hit this one though.
Yeah, he hasn't played the best shot there. It is cuttable, but it's extremely thin. With the black ball, I could maybe help him.
Ideally, would have liked to pass the middle line of the table, the center line of the table, just to be absolutely sure to have a nice angle on the floor. Them cutbacks are not the hardest, but controlling the cue ball is the biggest, the hardest part of it. I think he's alright. I think he's got enough angle to draw the cue ball back to leave himself a nice, comfortable angle on the 7, just like that. Still landed a bit funny because he would have rather had up and down, not going around the back of the 9, but I don't think he's got the angle for that to do that. So a little bit more angle on the 8, still very doable, nothing you should expect these guys to miss, but as we just saw there with Dennis, you can't take anything for granted.
Yeah. Wow. Unexpected miss from a nice bit of roll from Dennis. But you can clearly see both these players don't want to hang around. Quick glance of the arena there, area we see on the other table. Mario, he's playing on table 1. Lots of exciting matches on today. He's playing Georgiev. That should be a good match also. You can follow all the scores on the Epbf website. All the live scores and the draw and everything is there for the 9-ball. And we still have the teams to come to a completion. That will be happening over the course of the next day or so. All rolling up nicely to a conclusion and final day on Tuesday. Yeah, back to this one. Rinse and repeat area we're hoping for, break and run.
Yeah, it was a complete different complexion when we looked at Echeverria's first break and Dennis Grabe's first break. Again, he's managed to do a good job of controlling the cue ball, although it's still spinning.
Yeah, interesting. Same on his first break. He seemed to put a lot of spin on that cue ball because the ball was spinning at the top of the table. Just to note, the shot clock will not start until the ball has stopped spinning. So maybe that's a little strategic break to give him a few extra seconds. I doubt it, but it's quite funny.
That's some skill to be able to control that even.
Wow, pretty quick one as well.
Elimination.
Yeah, I think he was playing for the 4-9 combo.
Must actually, because having checked the pace of the positional shot there, very doable cut back in the middle here.
Oof, just needs one more shot here. 6 to 7, 5 to 6 is pretty straightforward in terms of keeping the cue ball on the right side of the table, but looks like he's going to punch this through.
Yeah, you're right. I was about to say actually the key shot here is the angle he leaves himself on the 6. That's not where he wanted to land there. Fortunately, it's one of those where, well, he's looking at the cutting angle. Some players might have even considered a bank shot.
Wow, that was a great shot.
Got a good fist of that. It's funny, isn't it, Graham, how it just accumulates once you've ran out of position. All of a sudden it takes a couple of shots to get back into position, but he's done a great job there, Iker.
Yeah, it's a good point, Arya. I think as soon as you start slipping position, it always seems strange. You feel like you're chasing the run out after that, unless you can play one really good shot to get you back, but very often they're chasing a little bit. But what a start this is. Perfect. 3-0. Dennis has some work to do, but he always looks so chilled looking around the arena. I still expect Dennis to put up a big fight here. Oh, that 9-ball. Could be a quick rack this, one good shot. Get up on that 3-ball.
Trying to see whether we can see enough of the 3 to be able to pot it. Obviously he could if the cue ball would land anywhere close to the 8-ball, but still got some work to do to get there, I believe, because there's not a lot of space for the 3 to to see a big portion of the 3 to create the potting angle. So there's a lot of attention that goes into playing position here on the 3.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could pot it from the centre of the table. Just take a little bit of medicine. Given where the 4-ball is here, yeah, you can either choose to play 1 rail or 2 rails and just leave the cue ball on the side rail area. Play a little bit of a cutback combo on the 9, or does he come all the way around centre table? Yeah, I thought he might play this just to give him a guaranteed shot on the combo area.
Yeah. Fair shot. That helps, I suppose. Iker started off really strong, and Dennis, his previous break didn't really work well for him, but still put his first rack on the board.
Yeah, those quick racks definitely help get you very quickly back into a match. It's funny, the 9-ball started obviously yesterday, been quite some 9-ball matches. Talking to some of the other commentators and just seeing some of the matches also myself. I haven't seen many golden breaks, interestingly. Quite a few combos, of course, does happen, but yeah, not many golden breaks at all.
I think it's also due to the fact that they're not using the break box like they use in the WNT 9-ball events. I do think where it does change if you're breaking from the side. Usually you don't tend to get many 9-ball movement, whereas if you go more towards the center line, you need to obviously hit them hard, and then sometimes they do move.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to kick this. This looks pretty good for Mr. Containing safety. Dennis is going to be doubling this 2-ball up table, maybe possibly using the 8. There's maybe some cover, unless he wants to play it off the edge, but yeah, smart shot. Use the 9 and 4 instead. Very good. A good hit from there, to be honest. Probably the best result you could have got, really.
Yeah, I don't think you can complain from the position he was facing. Again, though, he finds himself snookered. Back-to-back jump shots.
Yeah, he looks pretty handy with the jump cue though. Seems to be able to control that pretty well. Yeah, I like that. This is close. Oh wow. Dennis's turn to be hooked here, so it's a bit far to jump, I think. He might be playing some kind of kick shot or bend. So another chance here. Just does go on the side, and he's got a bit of space up table to maneuver the cue ball up and down. Off the pace. This 4 ball is interesting because it does go in the top right as we see it. It looks like it probably might go in the bottom left, bottom right as well. So let's see.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
not.
cross over past the 6, I would say.
Yeah, it must do. Obviously, if he's playing this way, unless he's deciding to play a safety shot, but judging by his position, which is very, very good, it
Flawless.
must go.
I must say, when we look at Echeverria, it really seems like he's found the pace right from the get-go. Like the positional shots and the angles, he looks very confident and comfortable. Not a lot of overthinking, which is exactly what you want to see from your player, right? No overthinking, just keep it simple, keep the flow going.
Yeah, 100%. And I like what I'm saying. He's a very steady player, as most of the Spanish players are. Very dangerous, very comfortable and compact. I think, if my information is correct, he did win a gold medal in the teams back in 2019. Obviously there's a few good Spanish players who come to these events, Expósito, Delgado, to name a few. A very strong team indeed.
Yeah, very experienced player you just mentioned there, so all looking straightforward here for Echeverria, who takes a 4-1 lead. Very dominant display so far, Graham.
Fully agree, Aria. Yeah, he's looking very good, very comfortable, very quickly. And it's definitely, this is obviously the last chance saloon on the individual side to try and win a championship or get a medal. And Iker just missed out on a medal in the 10 ball. Got to the quarter-final stage, and his friend and countryman Juan Carlos Expósito beat him in the quarter-finals. So that will be one he will try to better in this 9 ball event, but he does have to get past Dennis first. There's plenty of pool left. It's race to 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing can turn as quick as in 9 ball. Momentum is a real thing in any sports, but specifically for 9 ball. Such as the pedigree of these players, one couple of bad rubs of the ball, and next thing you know, it's all square, or might not even get another shot. But obviously, what I would say is it doesn't help for Dennis that his layouts after his break, it just seemed to be a bit more difficult than Iker's.
Yeah, and that was a good bank. Played aggressive, trying to go offensive. Just lining up there the cue ball because he's thinking, how did I scratch from that angle? Which is sometimes, it does blow your mind, thinking a cue ball can go in off unexpectedly. But another great chance here has to be said. Ball in hand. Just has a little bit of work to do around that 5 ball, but if you can get good position on the 4, you can land a little bit low on the 4. I'm wondering if he can have a nice angle to come back over for the 5 in the same pocket here.
I like the path he chose to take for the positional side of the shot. Look, obviously when I say this we're stating the obvious, but when it comes to body language you don't need to guess who's giving the more positive vibes.
Yeah, Dennis is feeling it, a little bit frustrated, and rightly so. It's all one-way traffic, and you've got to give full credit to the Spaniard here. He's, like you said before, if there's a job description of what you need to do in pool, he's delivering on all levels. Take your chances, punish the mistakes, and break well. He's ticking all boxes, and that's why he's pushing himself here to a potential 5-1 lead, I have to say.
Yeah, so far it just really exudes that he's synchronized with the table. You know, just no hesitation in any shot. Even the shots that he does need to take a bit more time and consideration, but when he executes them, the positional play looks sublime.
Yeah, good to see. Just looking under the table there, Georgiev looking to break versus Mario He. Mario He's got a bit of a lead there, he's 4-0 up already. Interesting scoreline right now. Michael Schneider is 3-0 up against Stefan Kaspers, recently crowned 8-ball champion just the other day, his first gold medal. He'll be very excited. Germany's been quite dominant.
Yeah, he's been on a bit of a run, hasn't he? He's I've looked at some of the results just, you know, the past few days. He's been in the business end of nearly every event.
Yeah, he's having a great, probably 12 months, I would say. I did the final of the 10-ball with Joshua Filler. He was in the box, and we talked a little bit about Stefan, and yeah, he knows him, but he's definitely a solid player and been on the rise. I just having, like I say, a good 12 months, and I'm not surprised that he's starting to win things. Very dangerous player indeed. But yeah, another nice break here, and another chance. He's breaking extremely well.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference so far for me. It's not like Dennis is, although he's missed one shot, but you know, you can't blame a player. They're bound to miss a shot at some point, but his break is just not going as planned. Whereas every time Echeverria breaks, he seems to have a very easy follow-up shot. Although he has made a mess of this cue ball. So have to see how he can still keep this run going. You would say the safety is the more easier shot, as he's opted for there.
Jump shots coming here. Dennis's all-out attack from here on in. You can just tell how Dennis has been this week. Obviously, he's down, significant deficit here, but he loves to go on the offense and just try to make some stuff happen.
Yeah, it's not all alarm bells just yet, but if 5-1 deficit, and considering the start he's had to this match, you know, at some point there just has to be a bit more urgency in just going for your shots, because you can't really sit there and wait for you getting handed chances. And very close there, and it's not being fortunate. But Cuba might have run a bit further, but still a great chance.
Yeah, he's left a nice angle though, hasn't he? Just dropped this in, come straight up for the 6, so could have landed a lot worse. Couldn't have landed much worse, sorry, for Dennis there. Very straightforward positional shot, but it all came from a good safety, good hook. And I think it's one of those things where the momentum needs to shift, and I have to say, Arya, I've commented on a few 9-ball matches and 10-ball and 8-ball, but I have seen a few matches where you think everything's going one way, 5-0 leads, 6-1 leads, everything's going fine, but then all of a sudden the tide swings, the dry breaks come in, a few scratches here or there, a little bit of run, and the match all of a sudden is hill or something crazy. But this is the thing with 9-ball, it's alternate break as well, so you do have a few chances on your own breaks. But Dennis definitely needs some help from the pool gods, I think.
Yeah, you just made a very valid point there. I think, like we said, as we established, Dennis has not had the better layouts from the break-offs, as opposed to Iker. But if that does swing the other way around, then all of a sudden you easily see the same sort of momentum from Dennis's side. This is already a much better break for him.
Yeah, but even still, it was a good break. But already the 3-ball was a little bit more, needed a bit more attention to get on. And then you've got the 5 at the top of the table, so it's still not, as we say, a roadmap on break-wise.
Yeah,
but he's,
to be fair, he already made a mess of the position on the 3-ball.
Yeah, I think he thought he missed it. That's why he was walking away. But somehow it dropped, and he has left a little bit of a interesting shot here, because I'm not sure if he can make the combo and push the 5 over to the right side of the table. Might be more.
The combo. I was about to say the combo gives him a bit more opportunity positional wise, but that's always going to be the problem there. He wasn't guaranteed to control the cue ball and the 5. It's called the extension there. So what would you do from this position, Graham?
Well, if it's Dennis, he's going all out attack, 100%. He's trying to force the situation. Doesn't want to give any time to Iker. He just wants to go for game and try to make something happen. I don't blame him, but the risk of that is he's pushing the board out somewhat. He's just leaving, well, the pieces for his opponent to pick up. Unfortunately, at the moment, he's not happy.
Look, this is going to sound a bit harsh here, but we mustn't forget that he really made a mess of his positional play on the 3 after the break, Dennis, which really was the catalyst for him to land in the position that he is in. There was no reason for him to play such a positional shot where his cue ball was almost touched to the top rail. And next thing you know, he had to play a very advantageous shot, and unfortunately it's not going his way at all.
No, it's definitely not. Far from it. But we have to say his opponent has pulled out a few good shots. He's let the cue ball run away a little bit on some of his position, but he has pulled out some good shots, some thin cuts, and a very well deserved 7-1 lead here.
He's in the driver's seat for sure.
Yeah, quick update on another score. Just one that popped up there on my screen. Wojciech Szewczak flying 7-0 up against Sashko Dimitriov. Szewczak not hanging around at all in that match. Could be in for a quick one there. And as you move through these tournaments, Arya, obviously this is the last 64, but the deeper you go, there'll be a lot more pool for the players who go deeper. I think that's an illegal break anyway, so it doesn't matter if that 1 ball dropped, but Dennis would have liked to have seen it stay up. But yeah, there's a lot of pool, and the deeper you go over these next couple of days means you play a lot more matches. So quick matches do help to get you a little bit more rest.
Yeah. It's all going wrong so far, Dennis.
Yeah. Yeah, Dennis is going for anything where he thinks he has got a chance. Yeah, he banks everything. He's not. Yeah, it's a sign that he's going all in no matter what. 7-1 is really taking its toll on him. He's not grinding this match out. He wants to go full offense, I feel.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, the only worrying sign is his demeanor, significantly changes. Also his pre-shot routine, whereas if you have someone like a filler, for example, it does look and play with the same pace, same attitude, but here you can clearly see Dennis is not enjoying himself out there, which is understandable because if you're 7-1 down, it's hard to find something that you can enjoy. But just like his demeanor is completely swifted, it's a little bit worrying to see.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see how Iker manages this, because he can see, we can clearly see it, and I'm sure he can see it as well. Does he change his game style ever somewhat and try to put Dennis in a little bit more trouble to frustrate him some more? Because Dennis there clearly just hitting hope on a hook. Maybe that's his way. Whatever happens, he doesn't want to let Dennis get too much momentum, because things can run away quickly, as we seen yesterday, running 9 racks in less than 30 minutes.
You already gave a little score update on the other tables. I can actually confirm those 2 matches already finished. Comprehensive wins. Mark Maggi, fellow countryman of Dennis Grabe. He's into the next round. He won his match 9-2 versus Mikael Ugard. And also Albin Ushan off to a flying start with a 9-1 win again over Samuele Barbagiovanni. So them players already through to the next round.
Yeah, so let's see Dennis here. To be fair to him, he does have the break kind of locked in. He is getting that wing ball and he's making the points comfortably. Oh, I jinxed him. Sorry, Dennis. But he was breaking pretty well, just not getting the runouts opportunity. So, dry break here. I don't know if this one goes down in the bottom left corner. If it does, then he needs to find a path to the 2.
The commentator's curse is a real thing, isn't it?
Definitely is. Oh, wow.
Oh!
Dennis hand over his face. What's going on? Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow. Watch this one. He's going to try. Is he going to cut this in and try and hold on the 6th ball? I think he might, you know.
Yeah, it's a natural angle. Overcut it though. Right.
Yeah.
See, this is what I was trying to say is, look, of course, is with his back firmly against the wall, but what you don't want to see is literally a demeanor change. Obviously, the task in hand is, all-out attack, but just like this, take a little bit more time. Not almost, if your body language almost exudes, "I've given up." I mean, there's nothing more encouraging for your opponent to see that he's not even, bothered. I like to see this, that he does take a little bit more time. Just do what you have to do, and that is make sure that the positional shot on the next ball is correct.
Yeah, great. Just want to give his opponent too much hope. He does have a very good lead, but with alternate break, you kind of have this 2-rack swing that can happen. One from your opponent making a mistake or a dry break, and then you running your own rack. So before you know it, in a couple of little mini sets, you could be a lot closer in the scoreline than you think. And of course, this was Dennis's break, so he'd be pleased with Mr. Black.
Oh boy!
My goodness.
Oh wow!
That's incredible.
That was a really poor shot. It's not even close.
I think he just completely didn't think. I think he just threw his arm at it and think, well, I can't miss this. Wow, if he kicks this in off one reel and wins this rack, wow, Dennis will be just in bits. Oh, he's overdone it though. What a chance
Let
that
him off
was.
the hook.
Yeah,
I
it wasn't easy.
honestly thought he could have swerved it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I do think the kick wasn't a bad option. I think both were probably good things to go for, but that was a huge moment, and you obviously you go back to look on history of certain matches and you think, was there a moment, and maybe could that be a moment? Be interesting to see what happens on this break. Like I said a moment ago, everything's been going the way of Iker. It'd be interesting to see what the pool gods decide on this break, and if he just give a chance back to Dennis, because like I said, if he can get a chance on this break, somehow wins the rack, that's 7-4. Dennis can break and go 7-5, then he's back in the match. So all of a sudden this break becomes really important.
Yeah, you're completely right. A four frame deficit looks worse than it could be in reality. You know, within say 10 minutes you can close the gap if everything goes well. So yeah, you're completely right. Still a lot of pool to be played in this. I have a sneaky feeling.
There you see, no shot off the break. Pool gods decided they weren't going to give him a shot, and now Dennis needs to kind of knuckle down in this rack, because he must be able to sense that he's got a little bit of, you know, he's won the last 2 racks. Can he grind another one out and give himself a chance on his break to put the pressure on his opponent? That's what he'd be hoping for. That's why he's taking a bit more time here. When is the bank on? Don't know if the bank is on, if he wants to play offense. No, he's playing safe. Not the best safety shot. Wow, he's smiling there. He's thinking, what did I even play? I'll be in trouble here. Yeah, jump shot. This 2 is makeable. I'm not sure if he only has to get over half of the 9, but he is quite close to the 9 still. He goes for the pot. He could miss this 2 ball altogether. Wow, where's the 9? Nope. Oh, it's going to dress up this area, I think. Pretty sure it might have even had a little bit of angle as well. If he's got a bit of angle to get that cue ball to the center table, that's as good as it could have landed for. Oh wow, look at that. Basically ball in hand. Incredible.
It's always like that, isn't it? The player that needs the most bit of run never seems to get it.
Oh, hello.
I suppose if you're a little bit superstitious, you think if you're thinking and feeling positive things tend to happen. But if for some reason you're not exuding that type of energy, usually, you know, backfires on you.
Yeah, but that's what pool does to you. It's a cruel game. Plays very heavy on the mind, and sometimes it's hard to think positive when so many things are going wrong, if you could say that. You still need to take these out. Might just drag this in. There you go. You see, pressure's coming here. That was a good chance to get on the hill. And all of a sudden, Dennis is thinking, wait a minute. Could this be another one you could pinch?
You think this event being played in his home country also plays a part in terms of pressure? Added pressure, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big match. You know, Dennis is on home turf. A lot of support in the crowd. It has been over these last days for all the Estonia players, which is lovely to see. So he is a big player, no doubt about it. And yes, even though he has beaten Dennis already, doesn't mean lightning strikes twice. He needs to make sure of taking his chances, because Dennis will come back.
It would be interesting to see if any of the two players will eventually take a timeout. So far, everything going in a swift pace, we should say.
Yeah, I think maybe if it gets a little bit heated in the next rack or two, I think a timeout will come out. Probably not from Dennis. Oh, he has taken a timeout. Sorry, I missed that area. So there you go. He was sensing a little bit of shift in momentum. He had a couple of chances there he didn't take, and all of a sudden he was sitting very comfortable at 7-1. And now he's looking in his rear view mirror, and he can see Dennis's car creeping up area. He's coming back down the road.
Absolutely, like we just said previously, 4 or 3 racks could turn over very quickly. So he does understand the importance for him to keep the pressure on him. He's still only 2 racks away from clinching this match, and yeah, interesting time to call a timeout. 6 minutes he gets, right?
I believe so. 5-6 minutes, yeah. But they don't have to take the full time. They can just regroup themselves, come back when they're ready. Some players choose to take all the time allowed. Some players can take only a short moment. But just on the other table there, we've got a nice shot of that Georgiev match with Mario. It's now 4-4. So that just goes to show how quick a lead can be eaten back into. Close match there on table 1. Free live stream with commentary on that table if anybody wants to watch that one and both. And hopefully you are enjoying this match with us and stay to the end, because it's getting very interesting indeed.
And also for those who just tuned in, if you're trying to follow the proceedings of other players in the field, left in the field, you can just head over to the Epbf website, where you can click on the tournament that is being held right now, which is the 9-ball, and then you can see the live score on the other tables. So there's a lot of pool action going on, as will be over the coming days and hours.
So exciting. So with this 9-ball, for those planning ahead, if you're interested to know, the teams, semi-finals and finals will probably be playing tomorrow around 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock local Estonia time, and then the 9-ball semi-final and final should take place around 3:30 and 5:30 local Estonian time. Get that in your diaries. We're in for a treat. Yeah, pretty good break again, but not working in his favour. Having a conversation between himself and the balls. If you can hit the 2 full in the face. Yeah, I think if you can hit the 2 full in the face area, maybe you can play some kind of safety shot. I'm not sure if that 5 is restricting the 2-ball getting away. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Straight in the face, use the 4-ball.
I was about to say, I suppose it's a never-ending debate. What is actually the definition of a good break? Because there's a lot of players out there that believe, obviously, pool and any cue sport is all about repetition and control, cue ball control particularly. But ultimately, sometimes you can hit the break as clean as possible in terms of technical point of view. But if you don't have a shot on the next ball, how can you then proclaim it's a good break? Whereas sometimes, you know, the other player doesn't really actually nail the break technical wise, but he always seems to get, you know, a comfortable next shot from the ball, that, you know, the on ball. So that's always a never-ending debate. And like here, like you said, he, you know, hit the break really nice and firm, but which has been, you know, a theme throughout the match for Dennis. He's never had a comfortable layout.
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess the way I would see it is, if you hit the traditional break where you pot the wing ball in the bottom corner, maybe you make the one ball, maybe you don't. The cue ball is in the center table, and you give yourself the best chance to have an opportunity, then for me that's a pretty good break. But then the balls have their own destiny sometimes. If you don't get a shot, then yeah, you can't control exactly where those balls will land. So I think, yeah, to your point, for me, if you hit a pretty good cue ball, pocket a ball, make the points, it's a pretty good break. But I wonder if he's left this, you know, a gap. Oh, he's just playing.
Completely misjudged that one.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate, I must say, because he had big odds to leave it safe, but
yeah, this is big now though for me. Yeah, I agree, and this for me is another chance for him to get on the hill, and obviously Dennis is trying his best to keep him away from the hill. This doesn't get much straightforward than this, I hope. From 5 to 7 area, I think, is where the challenge will be. He needs to get that right.
Exactly. If you can guarantee yourself two things: leave yourself nice and close on the 5 with a nice angle, whatever angle you prefer, just like this, which is going to look like 2, maybe 3 rails. Guarantee that you can't snook yourself on the 7.
Yeah,
like that,
only danger with this shot is if he overruns the pace, he's going to have to play another bit of a round the world shot. I think he might have landed in between, so I think you're right with the 3 rails. Guarantee the shot, but the risk was, how would he land on the 7? And judging by this, I don't know if he can hold it. Can he come maybe back across above the 9 and leave a thinner 8, or does he have to go around the world here?
Yeah, I'll power this in, go over 3, maybe 4 rails. Oh no. Nope. Well, this is yeah, that's interesting. I think the laugh is more in, you know, like a self-pity, because if the cue ball lands in the pocket, it's obviously guaranteed 7-5 right now. I mean, although extremely difficult, Iker does have a slight chance to keep his hopes alive in this rack, because he can see actually the edge of the 8, so there's a chance for him to, you know, play good safety here.
Yeah, it's like I said to you though, here's a cue ball going this time.
Again.
Oh, there you go. Destiny. It's destiny. So like I said to you, sometimes things will shift, and pool gods are starting to wake up, I think, to give this hometown hero a chance in this match. But Iker will be starting to turn a little bit in his stomach, because he's thinking, I've had 2 pretty good chances to get on the hill. Match could have been over, but now he's got a break at 7-5, and then this break becomes again another little mini set if he doesn't win this rack on his own break.
I must say, I'm a bit surprised that he got a bit even close to the corner pocket, you know, when he tried to play position on the 8. But it's one of them things, right? It is sometimes a positional shot seems seemingly very easy, and then all of a sudden, within 2 shots, everything has changed.
Yeah, and I've just noticed that Iker's just left the arena to go and grab some water, I think. Maybe he could have done that on his timeout. Interesting. Not sure if Dennis will say anything, but Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's
Hopefully the water cooler's not too far away. It's a quick top up. I was saying. In that situation, Arya, would you ask your opponent if you wanted a drink of water, or would you just go and get it yourself?
I, don't, I just know in the EPBF they're very strict with the timelines and the timeouts and stuff. So if it was me, I'd make sure that I took every sort of measurement to be fully prepared. Well, you do see the referee walking up to Dennis for a second there, so probably Dennis is asking the referee what is going on. Obviously, we can't hear the conversation that's being held there, but like you said, there's a fair point. There could be an instant where the referee has to warn Iker for something.
Yeah, they do have kind of a red, yellow, and black card situation in the rules, but to be honest, it's very far in between that these things happen. Yeah, I think if anything, he would just, maybe the referee might just have a word, but I don't think he did anything deliberate there. He obviously, when he had his timeout, he came back and maybe didn't think about getting a drink. Everyone's human. We don't need to think about crazy drama.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't come across as the type of guy or player that plays mind games. So, all good.
There we go. Do you know how I said about the pool god's momentum? Illegal break. He did make a ball, but didn't get the points. That black ball just landed short of the break line there.
Still not a sellout though for Iker if you sat in his chair.
No, but interesting, you see Dennis taking a little bit more time now because he senses he's back in this match, especially with this dry break, or this illegal break I should say.
First glance, it does look like he's got the snooker.
Yeah, judging by his body language, maybe he can just get the edge. Curious to know if he's going for the cross bank yet. Oh, he spotted the 8. How's the 2 going to dress up? Wow. Yeah, he doesn't have a shot, but this safety shot's a little bit better. Well, it looks at first glance. Can he use the 5 to his advantage? If he just bump
it's an iffy shot. You can, slow roll this, but has to be absolutely certain. What's he called? Oh, he doesn't need to call. Oh, extension. Okay.
Actually, it looks. Yeah, I think that might be the shot. Just play the 2. Might be his only shot, to be fair. He's going to try some kind of... Can he pot this, maybe? He might be able to.
Nah, his cue ball's going to go in.
Oh, he went for the 9. Wow. He didn't even come round to look at the 9, though. Unless he went for the back. I don't know what he played there, Ari, I have to be honest. Maybe he's seen a bank or some kind of combo with the 9. Everything seemed to move, so I don't know what he played. But it's worked out nice for Dennis, really, because he's got a wide open table to pick his choice of safety. Maybe even a bank. Offensive.
Yeah, honestly, I was about to say, I think I'll give him good odds to make this bank shot. It's not a lot of... Well, no, he's not even looking at it. I have to say that surprised me a little. Although he's played a very good safety shot there, but I thought he would just go for the attack there.
Yeah, I think if he was 7-1 down, Arya, he goes for that bank, like the start earlier on. But now he's 7-5, and all of a sudden, Iker is having a little bit of a tough time controlling the ball, and everything's not going his way at the moment. Oh, what a shot that is. Dennis is trying to keep it tight. Is it going to come over the side? I think it is.
has, yes. It's a chance to get another one back. Very important passage of play here. Not entirely happy with gluing the 7 on the cushion, but it shouldn't cause a problem as it will be the penultimate ball.
Well, who would have thought 20 minutes ago at 7-1 that would be thinking it could be 7-6. Incredible. How's the angle? Can you come up next to the 9, just below? Doesn't want to flirt with the left side of the 9, but if you can come kind of to the right side of the 9 with a bit of draw, that would give him a pretty okay angle to come down for the 7. Yeah, that'll work. How's the pressure now, Arya? This is building nicely, or not so nice, in Iker's favour. All of a sudden he's gone from feeling like $1 million to shell shock. What's happening here? Oh, what's Dennis played here?
That is a poor shot. Look, he's still got a cut back on the 7, but that really is a poor shot. I mean, he could have done a way better job with his cue ball there.
Yeah, he had so much table. I think he maybe just potted the 6, maybe a bit fat, but goodness me, he was nearly close to not having a shot here. Oh, he's missed it. Oh my goodness me, Dennis. Speechless. Talk about. Is it Christmas already in Spain? I don't know. What a present. Dennis.
Self-inflicted damage.
Wow.
And it's them type of situations that hurt the most. Self-inflicted damage.
Yeah, this could be big because I feel like the momentum was just all going Dennis's way, and what a relief for Echeverri here that he's got on the line, over the line and on the hill, because I think it's 7-6. Dennis breaks. 7-7 was very much on the table. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, like you say, you know, the momentum could have completely changed there, but now I wouldn't even be surprised that next time Echeverri gets at the table, he gets a good chance to run out this match. Like we've already alluded to, the pool gods, they never tend to forgive if you make a silly error, or at least forget.
Yeah, now you see, back to what I said before, it was a pretty good break. White ball got kicked a little bit, made a ball. Yeah, he's going all out attack, but this is going to be a hook, I think. Well, maybe he has an edge. If he has an edge, that's not too bad. He could try and get some cover. Maybe just play.
Is he going?
Even try and, no, up the back of the, using the balls for cover.
Solid safety there. So right now you'd say advantage Dennis.
Yeah, I still think there's one more twist in this match. Just got a feeling. There's a chance he needed. Yeah, he wants to make Iker win it though, Arya. He doesn't want to give it to him. He wants to make him win the match in his own right. If he wins on his own break, then so be it.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Specifically, you know, from a mental side of the game. Sometimes things are not going your way, or you know, you're struggling to get into the rhythm. Just by having that thought mindset that, you know, I have to make them earn it, that in itself can spur you on, right?
Yeah, great. Again, it's just a little bit awkward for Dennis because this 5 doesn't go in the top left, so he tried to leave an angle to go under the black. Does he have to play a topspin into the black? Does it go? Because it looked like he was Maybe you're thinking it isn't. But if it
I
is,
think it just goes, you know.
no, he's just teasing us. We made it think that it was tricky. But 8 ball and 9 ball is sitting quite nice. One good shot to get on this 7 and a pretty okay.
I'll tell you what though, how big of a rack the previous one will prove to be. As it seems it's going to be 8-6.
Yeah, agree. There's a little part of his mind, just a little part thinking should have been 7-7, but he can't change the past. Little tap on the table there by Iker, but he'll be looking to put this to bed on his break here. He's hoping, well, deep down, right in the bottom of his stomach, he's hoping for a golden break, but he is preparing himself for a potential opportunity for a run out. You always love to get that golden break when you're on the hill. Of course, it's pure luck, but big break needed, big moment.
Never nice on the receiving end, divine on the player who is breaking end.
Yeah, of course. Oh, he's got what's an illegal break, so either way Dennis is coming to the table. He'd be somewhat happy, even though he doesn't have a shot. He'll probably play some kind of push out, but he's, because it's an illegal break, he's decided to put his opponent back. Yeah, makes sense. Give him the problem. I like that.
And make no mistake, this is a problem because it's probably going to be a push out.
Yeah, but Dennis is thinking here, if I can just get one really good safety shot. I wonder if he can thin edge off the 1 area and just come back down. I mean, if he could get down behind that 6 ball, that would be incredible, but I'm not sure he's going to risk going too far to the corner pocket. Well, maybe he is, using the black ball. Yeah, the only danger with that shot was I don't think the cover was going to be so straightforward. This is a chance to win the match here.
This is all you could have asked for. All you need is a chance, a clear-cut chance to run the rack and the match out.
It's a little bounce. And you can just thread this cue ball up in between the 5 and the 4 as well area, so this is turning out to be a great chance. Only thing is the 5 doesn't go on the bottom right, I don't think. Oh, what a great camera angle there. Maybe it is, yeah. Goodness me, this is a great chance. So 3 to 4 is absolutely critical. And then from there, if you look where the 7, 8 and 9 is, Aria, it's dot to dot for me. So 3 to 4 is the big shot for me here. Get that right angle. Oh, what's he played there? Doesn't go on the bottom left, I don't think.
It doesn't have to be all that bad. He's got natural angle to drop the 4 in and let his cue ball pass the gap between the 9 and the 5 for the 5 in the side. That does seem like a natural angle for me.
Yeah, he's flirting with danger though.
Just like that.
Yeah, good
there
call.
You go.
Good call. Yeah, good call. Just putting extra pressure on the shot, so roll this in. He's got a nice, probably a 2 railer to come up for the 7 in the side maybe. Is there one more twist in this match, or is this game over here, Aria?
I think it's game over. I struggle to find where this could go wrong for Iker.
Just with one random shot, but he's overrun that a little bit. So like I said, Pool God's still asking him the question. He's going to have to play a shot here, but I'd love to have been straight there.
Just up and down. Nothing to do with side spin or anything.
Oh, and he's pretty straight as well, and it's a good 9 ball. So
I like that. You could see I was specifically looking at his pause in his backswing, but it was really solid and nothing rushed. Good performance, has to be said.
Yeah, so there we go. Well done. Echeverry over Dennis Grabe wins 8-6. Dennis did have a chance to come back there, but wasn't meant to be. He moves on now to the last 32, and we will be back at 12:30 local time for 2 more matches on these live stream tables. That's it for me and Arya. We'll be back shortly. Bye for now.
No. He just wants to explain shot approach. You have time to practice.
Okay. This will be scheduled for 30, so there's plenty of time. And just maybe I'm sitting here for shot clock only. You reckon yourself, and if you have questions or rules or anything you need to check.
Thank you very much.
I'll also do the scoring for you, so you don't have to worry about that.
For the scoring,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Epbf European Pool Championships. This is day 10 and the discipline is 9-ball. We have reached the last 32 players in the women's division. Our next up match will be Pia Feller from Germany. She's taking on Sara Iani from Italy. In the booth for this one, Pascal de Smit and Tim de Ruyter breaking down all the action for you. Welcome, Pascal.
Well, thank you, Tim. It's a good one. Pia, already the European champion in straight ball, runner-up in 8-ball. So, could say a favorite in this match on paper. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say with how much Pia is traveling all over the world and practicing with Joshua, playing all the big events. She's a world team champion as well. So you would have to favor her as the favorite, but I would like to see a close match where Sarah can maybe put some pressure on Pia, and then you just never know what happens.
Well, started with a dry break. A shot on the 1. Tough position on the 3 though. So let's see how this starts. If she has a small angle towards the left of her, she could try to drop on the right side of the tree with a lot of left hand spin. Well, she tried but missed the pot. Unexpected.
On the road to this last 32 match, we have Sara Ianini. She lost 7-4 in the first match against Helena Nyberg from Sweden. Then she had a walkover in the loser round 1. And then she beat Encarnacion Garcia from Spain to qualify for this last 32. Compared to Pia Feller, she beat Vania Franco in the winner's qualification match. And I think she must have had a walkover in the first round because I really couldn't find more. 52 female players started off their campaign, and now currently last 32. From here things will go very quick to break down to the final.
So we're gonna see a tight safety here behind the 6. Would like a little bit stun run, just slightly. Played that perfect. Would have liked to be totally frozen to the 6, of course, but at least got the snooker. But there are some one rail options here, I think. Yeah.
Well, looking to go one rail, just slightly hit it too soft, I think. If she had made a contact on the 3, I don't think she was gonna have any cover with that speed. But it's either too long, she played it maybe either too long or too soft. So now a chance to run out, and I think this layout is nice to start off your match.
Yeah, it's all pretty nice connected from here on out. I have to say, she looks a little bit tensed. Not very relaxed yet. Can't blame her though, but as you can see here, maybe a little bit of adrenaline in the arm still. big shot coming up. Oh, and stayed up.
Well, one thing I find
Yeah, sorry.
one,
Tim,
one
go
thing
ahead.
one thing I find interesting to see is before she got that shape on the 6, like she played that 5, and immediately, like it's like she showed us some weakness. Like instantly she went like, "Oh, what have I played?" Which you don't really get to see a lot from Pia, and that could also contribute to your next stroke on that 6 ball.
I need to find cover here. Looks as a nice speed. And the snooker.
Yeah, not too sure if she can go 1 rail underneath. Could also go 2 rails. A lot of good things that can happen. You don't even have to kick it that firm. Just a solid hit on the 7 would be good enough to win the rack probably.
Yeah,
She's
I like the 2-railer, like you said.
well, she was checking a certain line off the short rail into the 7, and I'm not too sure if she's gonna have that kind of angle going in. Yeah, that's why she's cut it just slightly more. Could have went a little deeper. Now
Yeah, I
there is
thought-
a shot on the 7, but this is not easy by any means, Pascal.
Yeah, also have to take in account the side pocket, I think, especially with the newer cloth. It's gonna slide into the rail directly when you draw, so don't have to really think about it, but still could be on your mind a little bit. Stood up a little bit, I think. So big sweet stroke needed here. How about that for a shot, Tim?
Wow, perfect shape on the 8, ball and hand shape. Well, we could expect, of course, some early nerves for the Italian here, because she is up against one of the best players, one of the best female players in the world.
Yeah, you're right. Pia is becoming a force, really dominant force. Showed that already in this European Championships by winning the straight ball. I think it's second in the 8 ball, just to lose against Jasmine Ocean. But yeah, she's improved a lot in the last years. Of course, practicing a lot with her husband Joshua, who, as we all know, isn't the very least of players. So, and there you see the nice pink Predator BK Rush, which is pretty new, I think. Looks really cool.
Well, I know that Predator did a charity event for a breast cancer foundation. I'm not too sure. Is it Pink Lady? I don't know exactly the name. I just know that
Or maybe
they
the pink
were
ribbon.
or Pink Ribbon. Yes, that was it. And I know that they donated like a piece of the profit to the Pink Ribbon Foundation, and that's where the pink line of BK Rushes came out for.
Oh, that's really cool. Very nice cause, which is really cool to hear that Predator, besides of course provides us with this great production and a lot of great tournaments and products, also will try their best to support some great causes. So back to this rack. Pia with the first break scratching with a direct scratch in the side pocket, didn't get kished in, so still have to find a break, and a good chance for Sarah here to leave Pia, who is still not settled in her chair, and put some extra pressure on her. Overran a little bit on the 5, so can choose to shoot the 6 in the same corner or shoot it a little bit harder and shoot the 6 in the top left.
Well, I think it's quite important for Sarah to at least keep up with Pia, especially with those champions, you know, when they feel the heat is not being put on them. That's where they usually just straight out of the gate run away with the match. So it would be nice to stay close.
Yeah, so no real problems. Maybe a little bit sensitive shot here. Well, yes, he tried to play with a little bit of insight. Missed it. Well, this is just like what you said, Tim. I think this is the moment where Pia feels like she has a little bit of room, a little bit of margin for error when her opponent doesn't punish her. That's where she can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, gifted the rack right over to Pia's way, basically. Just having a couple balls on the table. She's nicely on the 9, so 2-0 lead coming up. Not the greatest of starts for the Italian.
Yeah, she knows it. A lot of pressure here. It's single elimination, so if you lose here, it might be your last match. Not sure if Italy is still in the teams event with the women's. It's interesting to see because Germany is still in the losers qualifications. Have to play Portugal. I will check how Spain or Italy is doing.
Well, in the meantime, she has broken the balls well, made the 1 in the side, the 2 balls at least getting over the kitchen line, straight in on the 2, just the 7 tied up with the 9, so that's something to work on probably later on.
Yeah, there's nothing very obvious to break them up and get shape for the next shot. Nothing easy, at least. Could say maybe take a risk with the 5. Trying to bump into them.
Well, if we take a little look across the room, couple big early leads in the last 32 already. Zoriana Pritululiuk from Ukraine, 3-0 up against Alexandra Sinilnikova from Estonia, 3-0. Angelina Lubinaz from Germany, 3-1 up against Sara Roja. Shirin Voleri, 4-1 up against Victoria Nagorna. Claudia von Rohr from Switzerland, 3-1 up against Linja Hjelmerström from Sweden. Lena Primus, 3-0 up against Maria Teresa Ropero. And Kristina Zlateva from Bulgaria, currently struggling against Nina Torvund. She's trailing 2-1. So what do we
Great
have
job
here?
with the names
Ooh.
there, Tim. I'm always happy when you do that. But in the meantime, well, Sarah hooked herself and then had the worst possible outcome with playing the 2-rail kick shot and opening up the 7-9 with the foul. So ball in hand for Pia here with no problems on the table. So this is gonna be very tough for Sarah.
Well, she did break the balls well, still had that cluster around the 9, so that probably could have made her feel quite awkward around the table, because it's not nice feeling to start running out even though you know that you have to do something late, like you have to solve that problem and you're just postponing that problem.
Yeah. That's always very tough. Sometimes, well, makes you make a mistake early in the rack. She had a good chance with the kick shot. Also, if she would have hit it, good chance to maybe have a safety there behind the 7-9, but because she missed it, she opened it up. And now Pia Filler is breaking with a 3-0 lead. So, and also, I was just checking, Italy is already out of the teams, so this could be the last match for Sarah in this European Championships. So maybe a little bit of extra pressure.
Well, you don't want to book a 2-week trip to Estonia and then be out after 10 days. I mean, what are you going to do the other 4 days? You want to play pool.
Yeah, definitely. I think you and I are the only ones settling for watching. Oh, illegal break. Not sure Sarah knows. She's looking. Oh, wait. It's my turn. So, if she can't see the 2-ball, which I think she can, she's not allowed to play a push out because of the illegal break. She's only allowed to give it back. And Pia would be allowed to play the push out, but as you can see, this is a perfect opportunity. A little bit of work to do, but a good chance, no real problems. 6 to the 7, maybe the biggest challenge. Getting on the right side of the 7, but shouldn't be that big of a problem.
Well, there might be a 7-9 combination.
I think you're totally right there, Tim. So if she doesn't have a good angle on the 6, she could also choose to go for the combination. Oh well, here you can see what a nice angle. Combination is definitely on. Well spotted there, Tim.
Well, especially with where the 8 ball is laying, it's already difficult to get from 6 to 7 on the correct side. Imagining also the fact that you still have to get over for the 8, I'd rather shoot the 7-9. Interesting to see she's played the 5 to the left center and not to the bottom right.
Yeah, I also thought she was gonna play with a little bit of insight and shoot it in the bottom right, but felt like she didn't want to move a lot with the cue ball, I guess. Still looking for that first rack, first point on the board. Can be a little bit of a hurdle sometimes.
Well, she has played for the 7 in the bottom right. I'm not too sure if she even spotted the combination. And like we just mentioned, this will be tough to get to the 8.
Yeah, this is the wrong side of the 7. I think maybe she spotted it, but just had a little bit too much adrenaline in the arm. Instead of sweet stroking it, punched it a little bit. Yeah, this was always gonna be tough. Looking. Well, I actually like cutting at this, Tim. What do you think?
I do like the safety to the top short rail. The cut is so tough. I like this. Just as she played the right speed, I think she's at least guaranteed another look at the table, another visit. So I think she's played a good shot there.
So, how is your one pocket? Yeah. Bank shot in one pocket plate a lot of times. Can she hold it for the 9? I'll try to play the containing safe. That was tough speed. So good choice to go for the safety from Sarah, giving her a good chance to still get the first point. Made sure of the pot. Lost the cue ball a little bit.
Yeah, and she gave the same look like Pia did earlier. Like the cue ball ran here and she gave that little side look like, oh no. So that will not make her feel more comfortable on this 9.
Big shot. Important. Made it. Cue ball is just okay. Well, she doesn't look very satisfied, but I think she should be happy with making those 2 tough long pots in this last rack. Also nice to see the other one of the newer colors of the PK Rush, the blue one. Looks very nice with the blue cloth there, Tim, don't you think?
Yeah, I actually do like the new fashionable colors we have on the market. Not just the break cues, but the jump cues too. Yeah, I went for black because I think it's quite elegant, you know, some darker cues, but some other people like shiny and flashy, and well, then those are made for you. I believe there is green, gold, gray, blue, red, so plenty of choice.
Not sure what she's playing. I think she just left the pot there, Tim, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's tough to say if that 2-ball goes to the bottom right. Quite sure the 3-ball does not go, so that is at least some good news for Sarah. Oh,
Do
it's
you
a little bit
think-
speedy.
Do you think she purposely played because the 2 and the 3 weren't or were blocked by the 8? So kinda played a little bit of bluff poker to say, try to call Pia out. Try to make the run out. I don't think you can. Or
I mean,
it's just a mistake.
It's possible, because also last game or in the beginning, let's say take for example the 6-ball Pia missed. It was quite a decent opportunity, and she didn't clear. So it's also showing that she's not just clearing every table she gets. So as long as Sarah can maybe give the tougher layouts to Pia, she might still get back to the table for the 5 or the 6-ball, and then she has to be there.
So it would be a pretty big blow for Sarah if Pia were to run out here. Yeah, played that very well. Small angle. Do you think she can go around the 6 here, Tim?
Oof, I'm not sure if she can go by the right side. Maybe stun with some left. That's tough. Yeah, just barely got past the 6, but didn't get on the 4. Sarah's strategy might have worked. Well, definitely had the chance. Got back to the table, but in the end it's still Pia who is at the table, and just 3 balls out for a 4-1 lead. Pia definitely feeling confident about this match. 4-1 up in a race to 7. Oh, did she give herself a little bit more angle on the 7? I might go around the table with the cue ball like 3 rails to the side where she is now, just because from this angle doesn't look too bad, but just to drop it in soft, something funny could happen. She's gonna play it just dead weight.
Oh, played it good, but like you said, sometimes a kick or just, well, not every table is straight all the way, so always a little bit of a risk to play it that soft. No harm done. 4-1 lead, so past the halfway mark for Pia.
So it looks like Sara Ianini chose to take a break. I think this would be the right moment because clearly she hasn't made the best out of her opportunities, and well, Pia has. So it would be nice to slow Pia down a little bit, come back, maybe start with a breaker run and get some confidence up.
Yeah, it's
As you
the only thing she can do at this point.
Yeah, in the meantime, we can just check out the match between Sanjin and Jaroslav Polak, Sanjin Perlivanovic. Let's see what the score is over there. I can find out, obviously. You can find out, obviously, too, if you go to epbf.com. All the information is right on there.
Yeah, and of course you can see it on live stream. Table 1, it's 3-3, so very tight. In the last 64 race till 9. And if you go over to that stream, you will have commentary from our fellow commentators Mark White and Maria Sharabi.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're just waiting for Sara Ianini to come back. So just stay with us for a couple minutes. Won't be too long, I feel. I think she's already left for like two or 3 minutes.
Yeah, so we can just enjoy the nice view of this super nice venue. And see Pia there. And I think that's why the timeout can be very tactical. You see Pia, her energy has dropped a little bit. When you can have like a good flow going after winning that last one. Want to proceed, of course, but every player is allowed to have one break, one timeout of 5 minutes. So wing ball down and
But
one ball over the head string.
yeah,
Good
the
break there, Tim.
2 ball just stopping right in front of the line. And I'm just wondering, it looks like she's shooting this one to the top left. Won't be able to go forward, so little piqué.
I think she left it. Yeah, she left it. Don't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Long rail. Pretty automatic. I'm not sure if she played that too soft or too hard. So you could say, Tim, that the timeout worked some magic for Sarah. At least Pia didn't clear up from that position.
Yeah, definitely got herself a couple opportunities, a couple visits to the table. Now it's just a matter of what she does with them, and I believe she's played an excellent safety shot here. Would be unfortunate to leave a window between the 5-8 to crawl right underneath. But it looks like Pia's looking for a 2-rail. So a good shot played for Sarah. Now just hoping for a mistake.
So if she would have hit that, yeah, good chance for a resave. Just rolls far enough for Pia. So now easy shot here. Would be very brave to take on the combination, but I don't think she will go for that.
I do like the shot she was looking at. Banking 2-ball 2 rails to the top short rail and just bring the cue ball back down table behind the 5. She's caught it thick though. Still managed to get the hook behind the 8, so rewarded for her choice there, the choice to play this shot. Maybe not exactly the execution, but
pretty long distance to cover over the 8. Well, made the ball, then also scratched. That's pretty brutal. So great effort, but it is Sarah who has a real chance of coming back, putting some pressure on Pia, also breaking in the next rack.
oh, key shot coming up right here to get from the 5 to the 6 in the bottom right. She's playing the 6 in the bottom left. Okay. Yeah, why not? I was assuming she would draw over now. Just gotta make sure her speed is right. Doesn't want to lay herself straight. Or too low, obviously. She might have to... She might catch a piece of the 9 here.
Yeah, this is close to too low, like you said. If she catches a piece of the 9, that will change the whole shot. Think she can maybe just pass the 9. It was so thin. She managed to still have the position. So still a very good chance. To get within 2 racks behind Pia.
Well, usually I don't mind being down like a 2-game window, 2-game gaps. It's not too much because it could basically be one dry break from your opponent, you break her on your own, and now you're tied. So that I don't care too much about. So if she can get out here, 4-2 really isn't the worst thing on the planet.
Especially with her breaking. Ooh, and that stayed up, wow.
Oh, she's not going to be happy. Wow.
She is smiling a little bit though, but
how did that stay up?
yeah, I definitely thought that was gonna fall. Not the easiest of 9, but no problem for Pia. Big difference, 5-1 or 4-2. More pressure on the break also. She knows this was a really good chance. Have to stay positive though.
Well, 4 games is a lot to overcome, but nobody said it was impossible.
So immediately you can see the 5-7. Also the 3 is pretty tough, but maybe the 3 is available in the side with just a little subtle draw shot on the 2. And the 5-7 is maybe a combination.
She might be on the bank here. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball, just a draw back, maybe half a diamond. Maybe more. If the 5 goes to the top left, that could be an option too. But she's looking at the safety. We might be thinking too aggressive also if you consider the fact that Sarah has been struggling. She has been playing her best game, it looks like. So she's just trying to stay away from the aggressive options. She is reconsidering the bank shot though, but still chose to play the safe.
Pretty good line. effort. Also where the 5 was just maybe a combination or available to the upper left corner, is now tied up with the 7. Well, made contact but too thin. So can we possibly looking at a 3-fall situation here, Tim, with the 5-7 being locked up? Would like her to play the 3 towards the 5-7, find cover behind the 6. Would have liked to be a little bit closer to the 6 though. This is a more easy escape. Could have been a really good chance if she was really stuck to the 6 there to make the 3rd foul. Yeah.
Well, has opened up the 5-7. And a great hit there. On the 3 ball, she's got the hook behind the 6-8. The 5-7 has opened up. And Sarah in trouble. Difficult to play some defense on this, isn't it?
I think, yeah, this is pretty tough. Maybe the one rail hit it just above the, I thought the other long rail maybe, but, well, good hit. Whoa, made the ball with the double kiss.
Well, nice fluke, but we need another one on the 4 unless she makes an incredible shot here, because the jump is tough. Such a big cut.
And also the distance over the 6 will make the cue ball still jump a little bit more. Went back to her playing cue for the kick shot. Good hit. Close. So is the cut shot on? Looks like it from this point of view. With a gentle bump there. Pia Filler, who's grabbing the momentum of this match by playing also some really nice kick shots.
Yes, possible 6-1 lead, and then again, you never know what happens in 9 ball, but with this alternate break, I mean, it really does protect the player that comes up with the big lead.
It's hard to keep believing when you're down 6-1 in the race till 7 with alternate break, especially against such a world-class player as Pia Filler. So, but you have to keep believing. Play it one rack at a time. Nothing to lose, you would say. But it's in Pia We're in Pia Viller's hands now. She can make the break and run here for the 7-1 win and a place in the last 16. Two balls down.
Well, what a break. Oh, just a 7 ball nudging the 4 over to where it blocks the corner for the 1. This is an interesting shot actually on the 1. What do you play here? This is a tough position.
Yeah, tough to say. There is safety with the cut. Just sending the cue ball down. Try to find cover behind the 9 or the 8. Yeah, have to watch out that the 1 ball is not going too far. I think she left a cut shot.
Yeah, difficult. She is recognizing the fact that she won't be able to hold the cue ball for the 3, so she's looking at going 3-rail shape on the 3 ball. She might have to run into it. Or well, she is playing inside. Yeah, running into the 3. But just pushed it to where there is not so much future on the 3 ball. I'm not a big fan of this cut. Are you?
No, I think she's gonna look at some kind of hook behind the 6, but I have to watch out that the 3 doesn't run into the 9 and leaves a shot. I think that's why she played a little bit wider, also knowing that the corner pocket was blocked. So it wasn't a direct sellout. Smart, but initiative for Pia here. Wow, great bang shot.
Yeah, just caught the wrong ball.
Yeah. Sensitive shot for the snooker behind the 7. Great shot, great touch by Filler. Using the mirror system. Let's see how that works for Sarah.
Looks to be a little wild. Really was sending the 4 ball always into the wide open, but she's caught probably the only ball on the table right in between.
So is the cut on? Can she cut this into him? She was looking to hit it directly, so she can definitely see a piece of the 4. But is it available in the upper left corner? If so, she would go for this, but now she's looking at the kick, I think. So good hit, but really good chance for Sarah here, and her last chance, you would say. Automatic leaving a good position on the 6 to go around the angles for position on the 7. So a bit of a, whoa, tougher shot on the 4. Not really easy, but very makeable, I would say.
Well, and also a thing, you know, she has to make all the big shots, and now she's missing. She leaves Pia straight in. Like, Pia is just picking up the pieces that Iani is leaving her. This is now a chance to close out the match, but she has drawn the cue ball a lot further than I would have liked to be on the 6. She's still fine to run the cue ball, but more of a cut.
Yeah. Still a pretty big shot needed, or at least not very easy. Would have liked a bigger angle, or on the other side of the 7. So is he stunning this over one rail, or is he going draw?
Oh, she's playing with fire. How's the bump? Oh,
wow.
Oh.
That was very fortunate. So in the end, a good play for Pia. Don't you think, Tim? Well-deserved winner, you should say.
Yeah, Iani definitely struggled there, and she is out of the 9 ball. Pia Filler advances to the last 16 in cruising fashion. So this was Pascal de Smet and Tim de Ruyter in the booth for you. Thank you, Pascal, for being here with me. And our next match for today is, I believe, within 1 hour. So make sure you stay tuned at the Pro Billiard TV channel, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome everybody to the Predator Epbf Europe World Championships. This is a pretty tough draw actually for the Finns. Two Finnish players meeting each other in the last 32 single elimination phase. This match is between Petri Makonan and Kasper Matikina. What a matchup on this single elimination match. And in the commentary booth we have Mark White and Tim de Ruyter for you all. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much, Tim. Well, you could say it's going to be a fight to the finish. Who stays, who goes home? Petri, big break of course. Very charismatic Kasper Matikainen as well.
Well, I do know that both of them, they do play together quite often as well. Quite some doubles tournaments in Scandinavia where they partner up together and they win quite often, so they are quite familiar with each other's game. And I'm expecting, honestly, quite a struggle for both, because it's not always easy to play your friend or your teammate, you know, like, yeah, you have too much respect, possibly. I mean, it will be tough for both of them.
Yeah, they both also practice in young Riku Rompen and his father Eero. We know him very well, of course, Timothy. We've worked with him numerous times. Eero owns a club called Biljardi 24/7 in the middle of Helsinki, and that's where they both practice together.
Yeah, will be interesting to see what he's about to do with this 2-ball. Has to play safe. Did have a shot on the 1, but I don't think he could have gotten any attacking option on the 2, so was probably trying to bank the 2 to the bottom right and get shape on the 3, but hit it quite full or not enough spin on the ball and has left 5 over the corner, so Petri back to the table.
Mentioned Petri's break, does have a big break, but it is alternate break in this format, 3-point rule as well. Don't think either of them will have problems with the 3-point rule though, Tim, do you?
Well, you never know what happens. I've seen just unlucky rolls happen too. I know both of them, they will break the balls quite solid, but if that 1 ball doesn't drop and it catches a side pocket point, sometimes it still shows up to be illegal even though you put a good break on it. So I think overall we wouldn't have to see it happen too much. Nicely on the 6, just some tough left spin to leave a similar angle on the 7, or is he playing with more stun and staying on the left side of the 7? He has played a little bit more stun. Still nicely done. 2-row shape to get to the 9 and the first game on the board.
Rather a risky bank shot that Kasper took on there, and he paid the full penalty for it. Left that easy combo for Petri as a starter. There you see our other table, Max Lechner is in action. Is that Jose Delgado, his opponent there? I can't see from here, I beg your pardon if it's not. That's available on table
Delgado.
1.
Yeah.
It is him. Ah, I thought it was
Yeah.
him. That's available on the other Pro Billiard TV channel as well, guys, so no need to miss any action. And all the scores and everything available on ProBilliardSeries.com.
Oh, great break there. Found the wing ball in the corner. Cue ball just stayed above the 9 to where your options are a little bit better in general. Just a tricky one, the 2 ball could draw the cue ball in between the 2 and the 5 to play the 2 in the bottom left. If he gets nice on the 2, would be a great chance to level the score. Okay, chose to leave himself higher on this 2 ball. Difficult shot coming up to get the shape on the 4. Possibly stun left into the long rail and then check the cue ball off the short rail back to the center. Oh, nice shot there. Good cue ball.
Played it beautifully, didn't he, Tim? Done exactly what you said. To the letter. To the millimetre.
Well, I will have to tell him to take that earbud out then. He's listening too much. Well, he's on the 5. Could just drop it in and take a little bit more distance on the 6. Doesn't have to shoot the 5 in the top corner.
Well, at least now I know why he grew his hair, Tim, so he can hide the earbud.
Well, he didn't listen to me on that one. He's missed the 5, left him over the corner. And kind of a gift to Petri.
He'd love that one again.
Yeah, quite surprised actually. This is interesting too. This is interesting
Look at this
too.
for a shot.
As
Look
he
at
made
this
that
for a
6.
shot.
Oh!
Oh, it hasn't dropped. Wow. Casper seeing the funny side of it. What a terrific effort that was.
Yeah, still cannot believe Petri did not get the jump cue out, but felt like the 2-railer was easier. I cannot imagine me saying that, but got so close making the 6. A little bit of back and forth, a little bit of a scrappy start for both.
Maybe, Tim, it's because he was tight on the rail and there was quite a distance and he was afraid of maybe losing the cue ball or both balls off the table. That could be a reason behind not getting the jump cue out. Anyway, the Z shot didn't work. It's the C man who takes the second rack and levels it up at 1-1.
Yeah, did say something to Casper there. There was some communication between the two of them. And that's exactly what I mean. Like, it's so much easier to chat with each other or not to go into that match with a different attitude. Like, I'm going to beat this guy off the table. Like, there's a little bit of different chemistry, which is sometimes not easy to have in a match. Can definitely make you struggle, and the first 2 racks have been some struggle. Plenty of balls.
Ball down again.
Well, plenty of balls moving over the kitchen line as well, and this shape. Tap the 1 in, get to the top side of the 4. Tap the 2 in straight on the 4. Great layout. Should make sure he gets going here. Doesn't want to share the racks for too long, because Kasper is a good player. Can definitely run away with the match if you kinda give too many presents, so be there or be square.
Made sure he left plenty of angle on this 5 ball to travel down for the 6. Good angle here, Tim, to stun off the side rail back to the centre of the table for the 7. Great break. Millimetre perfect with every positional shot this time.
Yeah, that run out wasn't really the toughest ones, just maybe a little bit further on this 9. Cue ball on the rail. Any nerves, or will it be smooth cueing? Well, smooth cueing it is. 2-1, Petri. Let's have a quick glance over the room, because obviously there is a lot more action still going on in the last 32. I won't be able to cover all 16 matches, but I'm going to try and pick the interesting results out of there. Well, Wojciech Cevcik, already finding him in some early trouble. He's down 3-1 against Mark Maggi. Konrad Jusishin is already up 8-2 against Hussein Borankan. That is insane, 10 games already in. And Mieszko Fortunski, early lead 3-0 over Felix Vogel, the youngster. Oh, might get behind the 8. Oh, just barely got on the 4. That could have been bad news, but it isn't. 2 rails out, center of the table. 6 ball could be a little bit tricky. As you see with this angle, he might not get to the right side of the 6. Try to check the cue ball off the short rail. Did very nicely, so still managing through, and definitely starting to catch the feeling for the table there, Petri.
Yeah, looking good for 3-1, Tim. Looking very fluent, very smooth. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there. These two have watched each other do this thousands of times over the years. This is where it matters though, in the arena. Mad Max at the table. Been in some good form recently as well, the Austrian. Now, are they still in the teams? Tim, how's the teams going? I must admit I haven't been keeping up with the teams, what with my eyesight and all that, going a little bit squiffy, shall we say.
Well, the teams still going on. We haven't seen too many matches, as the 8 ball just finished recently and the 9 ball started in between, so I do know we reached the quarterfinals. Finland is not in there, lost to Team Portugal.
Bit of a shock. Oh, he's
Yeah,
missed it.
team action. Oh, he's missed the whole ball. Wow. I wasn't
Missed it
expecting that. I was
altogether.
going to talk more about the teams. He just missed the whole one ball. Well, and if Petri clears up on this, 4-1 is a nice, steady lead. One you can protect for quite a while. Team action
Well,
continues
I've seen your
Tuesday at 9.
I've seen your Facebook. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, Tim. Carry on, my friend.
Well, I was only gonna say the teams continues tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the morning. I think we do. Yeah, we do finish the teams tomorrow. So, yeah, that's it.
I've seen your
Oh,
Facebook
yeah,
page, Tim Talks Cues. I'm trying to give your Facebook page a little bit of a plug here for you, mate. I
Yeah,
like it when,
He
I like
just-
it when Tim talks teams as well. You stop interrupting me and I'll do the advert for you.
well, it got kind of scary there when he ran into the 7 ball, and he kind of got me fired up there as well because I thought for a second he could have been hooked, but in the end, still Petri looking very solid.
Beginning to run away with it, Tim, isn't he? A little bit of an exhibition shot there as well. Doesn't want to take too many liberties. This game has a habit of coming back and biting you in the backside.
Yeah, 4-1. Kasper struggling a little bit on the break, I feel, and especially giving Makonan, that bottle in hand on the 1 ball really wasn't necessary as well. So 4-1, almost halfway to the finish line. Race to 9.
Boom, boom. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm pretty sure,
This is
Tim,
exactly-
as well, during COVID, I'm pretty sure that Kasper played the ghost quite a bit as well to keep himself in shape.
Well, I do remember there was some kind of system. I think it was in Las Vegas. There was a guy who was trying to work on like some kind of ghost system where people could bet on whether the player would run out if they would try that similar layout like 10 times. And
I know
Kim
him very
Laaksonen-
well.
yeah, Kim Laaksonen did that, but I believe Kasper did that too for a while.
Wow. You actually know the guy that invented it, a guy called Vinny Calabrese from Australia. And believe it or not, his brother is here at the moment, Chris Calabrese, playing some tournaments and brought his family over from Australia. Vinny Calabrese, pro snooker player from Australia, yeah, did indeed set up that where they projected the images of the balls in particular patterns, and you had to see, you could actually gamble to see who, whether they ran out or not. I remember it very, very well. Good call, Tim.
Oh, it was a very sensitive shot. Played it really well. Had to get the 1 underneath the 4. Won't be too tough for Petri to hit, but how is he going to get the cover? Do like to go for the bottom short rail here, Mark.
Yeah, could get the stick behind the 4, couldn't he? Petri felt that was worthy of a tap on the table. That shot that Casper played there, really did play it well. So yeah, watch for the kick and stick, hold the cue ball behind the 4 ball. Well, he's hit the wrong ball completely. Playing with a lot of spin.
Well, for sure not expecting to see that coming up, but it is kind of fair because Casper gave him that ball in hand on the 1 ball where he should have hit the 1, so unfortunate mistakes. They're tied at 1 now. Trying to keep it friendly, I guess. Yeah, let's see. It probably has to cross over from 3 to the 4. Play the 4 in the bottom left. Or can he still kill the cue ball enough to stay in between the 5 and the 8? I don't think so. Yeah, solved the 4 ball nicely. Back to the center of the table. A little bit straight on the 5. Not sure whether he can still stun off the rail or just has to play a stop shot right there and take the angle on the 6. Well, still managed to get out, so close to the 6. Kinda important this rack to run out. Of course, all racks are important to run out, but falling down 5 to 1 is a big thing. 4 games, really tough to make a comeback on that. Now if he pulls it to 4-2, it's not the worst thing. Only 2 games, can be 1 dry break or 1 missed ball and you're tied. So straight on the 8 and pulling 1 back.
Yeah, needed that, as you said, Tim. Nicely done. Petri will be breaking next to try and restore that 3 rack lead, but it's 4-2 in this race to 9. And of course we've enjoyed some terrific pool way back when we started on the 29th of March. We started with the straight pool, which was won by, well, Germany basically. Pia Filler and Tobias Bongas took the straight pool, and then the 10 pool was taken by Conrad Musician and Gafari, I believe. Is that correct, Tim? Tim's left me just when I need him most. And then of course we had the 8 ball won by Jasmine Ocean and Stefan Kaspers from Germany. We've had some wheelchair, also under 23s as well. We've had it all. You disappeared. I lost you there for a moment, Tim.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I was trying to come through, but probably the connection may be a little bit weaker. My apologies.
Accepted.
Okay.
Now you can relax, right?
Yeah. I was sweaty for a bit.
Good chance here, Tim, to pull another one back.
Yeah, I can draw over for the 3 in the center. Straight would have been ideal. Came up quite short. And with this angle, he might have to shoot the 3 in the corner, because cutting it in the side, you will run into the 4. Not guaranteed something after. Still cutting. Yeah, not guaranteed something right after. He's pushed it to the short rail. Could be a big
7.
mistake.
Got to play the bank in the 7 here, surely, hasn't he?
I just don't think the bank on the 4 goes, but yeah, he could play into the short rail and play the carom. Has played the bank. Didn't get the 7. Well, he's on the 6. Beautiful. Straight back on the 4 by Matikina.
Petri not having it all his own way. His good friend is coming back at him. It's going to be 4-3. Just has to judge this. Never easy when they're so close into the pocket. Play with some left hand spin over towards the 8 ball. Played it well, Tim, didn't he?
Yeah, prime shape. Slowly coming back in this match. 4-1 down, now 4-3, and Kasper breaking. We could be in it for the long haul. Four-3 it is.
Well, we are in the beautiful city of Tallinn in Estonia. Now, Estonia aren't just famous for their big choirs and their beautiful hospitality and medieval tourist attractions. They are third in the world, Tim, believe it or not, of start-up companies. Now, they've produced such big names as Skype, TransferWise, the taxi company Bolt, and they're one of the only countries in the world that actually you can vote in an election totally all online. So they're really up there when it comes to technology, Tim. They also started out the banking as well. So very, very intelligent country, Estonia. Full of entrepreneurs.
Well, it sounds very interesting indeed. I was hoping to visit next week, or actually this week, as the Euro Tour starts on Thursday. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make that. But hopefully next time. And a great break from Matikina actually to get it to 4 each. Just the 9 ball blocking the 2 ball enough. I don't think the 2 ball does go. You know, what else to play here? This is tricky. Don't think you can bank the 2 ball out. Oh, he managed to spin the cue ball over. Wow, that's a very good shot there. Very difficult to beat the kiss and get the cue ball behind the 9. Yeah, this is, I mean, you will always have to favor Petri to hit the 2 ball, but you kind of have to give credits to Kasper here. He's definitely stepped up his game, struggled in the beginning, also his break wasn't too great, but now this could be a chance to make it 4 each, to win 3 games in a row. And if he gets near straight on the 4, excuse me, I would say it's definitely there for the taking.
Lovely little twist of left hand spin there. In between the 4 and the 5. bit short again. Can play this in the corner, Tim, or the side.
Yeah, might like to just play the 5 in the side. Don't give give yourself a chance to miss the ball there. But then again, ran slightly further on the 7. The pocket speed works really well on those. Just soft stun. Cue ball will float to the center of the table. If you catch it slightly thicker, you're still fine, but he didn't. He made it clean and shape on the 8, so 2 balls away from 4 each, and only a race to 5 coming. There it is, 4 each. We're in for a match. Yeah, this is always the danger. I mean, sometimes there's just things you cannot control, and that 4-5 being locked up, I mean, there's just no future at all. You're gonna make the 2 and try to play safety on the 4. You could go aggressive and bank the 4 on the side, but it's quite a wide angle bank. Definitely missable. You'll have to do something with the cue ball. What? I knew he put a lot of spin on there. Was he trying to get to the 4 maybe in the top right or anything? Because he just missed the 2 ball where I think I know people that would have bet the farm that he was going to make the 2. That was very unexpected.
I think he was playing the 2 off of the 7. I think that was the plan, so that he could get to the 4 maybe.
Yeah, just very surprising. And now we are going to find out if there is an open shot available on the 4. Excellent shot to make the 2, but from here it really looks like the 4 is not onto the top right, so they really have been chasing something that I don't think is there, but he definitely ran too far. In some trouble. I'm trying to go over the left long rail, probably catch the left side of the 4 and try to get the 5 in between.
Yeah, we are playing with a shot clock, 35 seconds, 1 25-second extension each per rack. Petri just calling his extension.
Very difficult to get to the 4. What an incredible hit that was. 5 was blocking the 4 ball, maybe 80%. Only could catch the side of the 4. Really good hit, and as you can see the 4 doesn't go to this bottom left, so at least Petri will have another chance to get to the table. Cue ball might be frozen to the 5 though. Nope, played the other way around. Good speed from Casper. Similar shot possibly on the 4. This time for Petri. Bank it right over. Cue ball. Could run 2 rails behind the 9, so could play with a lot of left. Could also play with a lot of right. Oh, he was trying to hold the cue ball behind the 8. I'm very curious what his original plan was, because you would say he made the 4 off the 5. That was probably his intention. But he also didn't really look happy when he made that, so I'm not really sure what just happened. Just know that he has the jump cue out on this 5 ball.
Oh, wow. What a shot, Petri Makonan. Very naughty.
Well, I cannot really expect him to cut the 6 in. Probably gonna put this under the 7 and the cue ball on top of the 9, but oh, the other way also. Yeah, got the hook. Surely wasn't going to play aggressive after that jump shot. We could have a jump bank coming up here for Matikina.
Great shot, look at that. Great safety with the jump cue. Kind of a two-way, I guess, Tim.
Yeah, there was a lot of good things that could have happened, even if he had the double kiss. Bank it too wide. Like, a lot of good things could happen. Oh, he's caught this one full. This one is not going to get near the 7. An opening shot for Matikina.
Horrible stroke there. Snatched at it. Put in a quick one. Knows he's been very lucky there. Just didn't cue that well at all. How'd you like the cue ball here, Tim? How'd you like the cue ball? Oh, didn't get there.
Well, I don't think he's left the 6 ball on though, so even though he didn't get the full cover behind the 7 as well, it's not too horrible.
Could put him behind the 8 here though. Just play the 6 straight back.
He has to have the perfect speed. Does he have the perfect speed? I don't think so. He's left a shot on the 6, and you can see that both of them realize that the score is tied at 4. It's only a race to 5 from here, and this is the moment where you want to get the distance in. Early distance doesn't matter that much, but whenever you get close to the finish line, that couple games advantage really works. Look at how he's left himself on the 7.
Maybe even the finish line.
That just barely dropped, but that was a rack winner right there. Making the 7 and straight on the 8. 5-4 lead coming up for Makonan. Now I do think it's Matikina's break, so basically the only thing he won here was just one game. As you see on the other table, earlier on there was like a 5-0 lead for Max Lechner. Score now 6-0, but ball in hand for Delgado here with 4 balls on the table, so chance to get going. Check, currently tied with Mark Maggi, 5 each. Daniel Marshall in trouble with Milos Milankovic, 5-2. And let's see what happens on the break here. Makes the 1, 2 balls passing the kitchen line. Has shape on the 2, so he'll take it. Yeah, just maybe 4 to the 5 is a little bit scrappy, and 6 to the 7, some more traveling to do.
Yeah, good thing is if he gets nicely on this 4, Tim, just it's a nice little draw shot to put himself on the 5. Oh, he's hit this one. It's okay.
Well, I think it's more than okay. I think he's left himself a great angle on the 4 to go just 1 rail back out and try to place yourself straight on the 5. Or angle to the bottom, that's fine too. Like, just make sure you stay away from bumping the 9. Now if you leave yourself on the right long rail, you can go 3 rails around for the 7 in the bottom left. So stun left on this 5 ball.
Oh, beautifully played. Very nicely done. Even as an angle, just to draw up for the 8 into the same pocket. Controlled the cue ball well here, Tim, hasn't he?
Yeah, pulls a break a run. Was going to say for sure, but felt like I had to wait. Looked like he took a little bit more time on the 8 there. But he's gonna pull one back with a break and run. 5 each. And how often do you draw someone you're close with or someone you have played over and over, and then you draw, you know both of you are going to struggle, and of course the score will be like, usually they go like 7 each, 8 each, like it will go all the way most of the time. Never really lands into like a 9-2 victory and say, well, I played good, he played bad. Just doesn't happen. Too much chemistry.
Well, as they say in Finland, the score is viisi. Good break from Makonan. 2 ball. He's going to be a thin one. Maybe worth taking on though, Tim.
Yeah, I do think so. Could play with right spin, 2 rails, and go in between the 3-9, possibly 3 rail shape on the 3. Could also cut this with slight inside spin across right over to the left side of the 3 ball. Definitely missable. Could be behind the 9. The cue ball has to stop. Yeah, I think he has gotten behind the 9. Just that 1 ball. If he would get shape on the 3, just look at the layout. I think he's such a big favorite to get done here.
Can he just turn it in with some left? Oh, too much. well. Can Kasper lead for the first time?
So Kappe at the table. And like I said, the layout is really nice. Did get slightly off angle on the 4 to get to the 6 though, so still will have to pull off a good shot here. Possibly just top spin a drip of left. Trying to cross back over near the side pocket, the left center. Well, he's given himself more angle. Will have to go back and forth now. 2 long rails, possibly 3. Just make sure you don't fall straight on the 7, and then the 8 is quite available. Oh, maybe some nerves. Awkward queuing, cannot reach. Called the extension right away, just where he wants to put his bridge hand. The 9 is there. So now he's going low right. Could also play 3 rails around on the 8. This is preference. Just gotta make sure he doesn't move. Just stay still. Yeah, got the job done. Very tight match so far. Petri did have a little lead. 4-1 up. Now Matikina about to get 6-5 up. This match is far from over.
Never ceases to amaze me, Paul. You just never know. Matikina was coasting. Kasper clawed his way back to take the lead. Unbelievable game. Really is a fight to the finish.
Yeah, currently at the other table. Yeah, I was just
asking you
about
for
to
some
bring him to
scores.
you. Yeah. Maximilian Lechner, he's up 6-1. He did just take his timeout, so interesting to see how that unfolds. Fabio Rizzi, tight match. Also, the Frenchman is up 6-5 over Quinten Pongers from the Netherlands. Wojciech Chevchik now does have a slight advantage over Mark Maggi, 7-6. Daniel Maschol trailing 3-5 to Milos Milankovic. Tobias Bonger 7-3 up against Iker Andoni Echeverria. And more scores probably later on. Oh, I have to bring this one. Michael Schneider from Switzerland is currently up 8-3 against Mario Hay.
Wow, that's a surprise.
Oh, and a little bit surprising to get ball on hand on a 3-ball and a wide open table probably for Petri. Not sure if he was expecting that to happen, but I'm sure he'll take it. Ball in hand on a 7-ball layout. Nowadays, with how well everybody plays and everybody's run out game is so solid, you usually don't get to see too many mistakes on that. Yeah,
this
straight
8
on the
and
9. Well, that was
Scratch
a
costing
very
Tim.
quick run out there from Makonan after scratch on the break. Really returning the favor for Casper, who I feel his break has been a little bit on and off, not as consistent as you would have liked to see. Still for us, a great match in the making, 6 each. 2 Finnish players grinding it out, hoping for a place in the last 16.
Yeah, it's now koozie.
Well, 2 balls in. A little bit too much draw on the cue ball, so cue ball all the way into the kitchen. A long 3 ball. But you have to go for this if you look at where the 4 is. Such a high reward. Has made it 3. Decided to put a little bit more into the cue ball and take the 4 in the same corner as the 3 ball. Could have played it to the side, but just felt like it went too awkward. Wow, cannot imagine he's hooked himself there. It was actually tough to kill that ball too much. Anything on the left side of the table would have been fine on the 5 ball. And especially with us being so close to the end of the match, in a race to 9 we're tied at 6. 1 or 2 mistakes could really gift the match to your opponent, so this could be one of them. He's going to try and still make the 5.
He did catch that 4 ball very thick though. Tim played it into the thick part of the pocket. Has he had any luck? No, he hasn't. He's left this 5 ball on. What a chance.
It just seems like now they both realize we had the same thing at 4 each, where both players started to realize that they could make that little jump happening, and then they suddenly start to miss a couple balls. They hook each other, they hook themselves. A little bit of drama here again in this 13th rack. Oh, that just barely went in, and still a longer 7, slightly off angle to get to the 8.
Can go forwards, Tim.
Well, let's push the 9 to the short rail. Long 8 ball, and if you can cue this very smooth, you can kill the cue ball where the 8 is and take the cut on the 9. I would prefer that. But if you feel like you're probably gonna pinch the ball too much, you might have to play like a cross corner on the 8. Like, it's either you kill it soft or you don't take it on, because I don't like firing this 8 and go 2 rails. He loved it. What a shot he played. That was not my type of shot, but he nailed it.
Safe to say, it is Casper's kind of shot. What a great shot that was. one in the frame. He now leads 7-6.
Well, let's see. Currently, I mean, I'm looking with a short side eye to the other table we have here, because Delgado was down big time, and I only see Lechner at the table. Score now 6-2 Lechner, so mini comeback happening for Alberto, and also a mini comeback happening for Mario He, who was down 8-3. It's now 8-5 with Michael Schneider. Let's see what happens here in the 14th rack. Matikina to break for a chance on the hill first.
Lucky last ball. Rolling into the corner. The 5 ball, I think it was. Does the 2 past the 3, Tim? That's the thing. It's nicely on the 1 ball. Eyeing up the so I beg your pardon. Eyeing up the carom, maybe. The 2-3 carom as well, Tim, is available.
I think there is a carom for sure. Yeah, leave yourself on the right. I think this is fine. You only got to make sure you hit the 2 ball thin enough. You're kind of guaranteed to be on the 2. Just got to play a good pace to where you don't want to leave yourself straight on the 2 ball. So you have to be cautious with where to cut the 2 ball to and what kind of shot you will have to get right after to be on the 4. That's all the decision making on this carom. Looks to be quite thin on the 2 ball. Straight would really not be ideal. I think he has small angle, but yeah, a lot of things that could go wrong. Doesn't want to run into the 8. That would leave him hooked on the 4. If he manages to go around the 8, he might hook himself behind the 7.
I've scratched in the side before on these as well.
Oh, that's a good call. Look at how close he got to the side pocket.
Yeah, I've done it before, Tim.
Well, now a little bit of cut on the 4. Has to check the cue ball with left. Find that window. Exactly. Nice shot there on the 4. He's running a little bit too far and getting a little bit off angles, but he's managing well. He's definitely trying to crawl over the finish line here. This 4 balls to get on the hill first at least. And that 2-game lead, being on the hill, could make him feel a little bit more relaxed, knowing that you kind of have 2 breaks to finish the match.
Really is a complete turnaround, isn't it? But Makonan was in control, 4-1, had the chance to go 5-1. But since then, it's all been this man. Just a little nervy one, Tim. Just to check you're still focused.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice break and run. 8-6 up. The difference is there, and Makonan under quite some pressure. Like we mentioned, this is a last 32 match. This is a single knockout match. The loser is out. The winner goes to the last 16.
We have all the semi-finals and finals tomorrow, Tim, I believe. Tomorrow is the last day.
Yeah, the winner of this match meets Mieszko Fortunski in the last 16. Now, yeah, this is a tough one to take for Petri. Illegal break, did make 2 balls on the break, but just no ball passing the kitchen line. Had to get to 3 points. And why I said it was gonna hurt Petri that much is because he's left like a stop shot safety on the 2 ball, as you can see. Has to make something happen here, even though he's a slight underdog now.
I think he'll be playing this with some pace. Needs to get separation. Would love to make it in the corner. I think he's going in for this. Oh dear, oh dear. Worst possible scenario. Can double kiss the 8, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't really expect him to fail making the 8. I mean, even if he cuts the 2 off the 8, as long as you don't... Oh yeah, you can hit it too thin and lose control on the 2 ball, but most of it should be fine, I think. Has a cut slightly off. Might have to draw into the 9 here. Not a big fan of just playing high ball, catching a piece of the 9 in the cue ball running wild. So as you can see, he's playing low. Maybe a drip of right to throw the 2 ball in. Yes. Now actually similar cut on the 3 ball. This time I would like to run into the 7 ball. So a little bit of bumping and recovering. On the other side, it is a chance to close out the match, so just take whatever you have. A man up and finish 5 balls, finish strong. He's playing low. This is tough. Always tough cutting a thin shot and drawing out. Super close. Look at the cue ball. He's on it though, and like I said, he's just trying to play right through the struggle. Make this, get off the rail. I think this is key shot.
Well, thoroughly enjoyable match this one has been, Tim. We knew it would be. 2 great friends, doubles partners. Enemies just for this race to 9. They'll be shaking hands and having a drink together tonight, I'm sure.
Well, we will be playing
another match to play.
Yeah. We will be playing all the way through to the through the semifinals today. So last 16 and quarterfinals still coming up, and Petri said, yeah, sure, just it's okay, it's fine. So it is Kasper Matikina advancing to the last 16, meeting up with Mieszko Fortunski. Unfortunately for Petri, his run is over. He'll have to wait a couple days till the Euro Tour starts off on Thursday. So thank you, Mark White, and myself, Tim de Ruyter, in the booth. And we will have our next match in approximately, I think it's like 55 minutes, a little bit less than an hour. So make sure to stay tuned for a lot more action on Pro Billiard TV.
Onko se nyt heti seuraava? Mun mielestä se on nyt saman tien, että seuraava pelin jälkeen olisi pieni tauko.
Well, hello to all our pool fans joining us from around the globe. Welcome to day 10 of the 2025 EBPF Predator European Pool Championships. We are bringing you today's matches live from the beautiful city of Tallinn. And right now, we are in the ladies 9-ball last 16. And this match is going to be a tight affair between Slovenia's Anna Gradisnik and Northern Cypriot Alara Gafari, who won our 10-ball earlier in the week. So a tough match ahead. I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating booth today for the second time in a row, I'm excited to say, is our good friend Eric Hallefson. Welcome, Eric.
Yeah, good to be with you guys again. Looking for a good match here. Gonna put Alara as a slight favorite. Gradisnik is a very capable opponent. Did one of her straight pool matches. Had multiple runs over 20. Won the match. So race to 7 here.
Yeah,
Last
good point,
16.
Eric.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say that's a good point, and I have to say both girls have had some TV table time in the arena here. However, Alara considerably more, so good to point that out, Eric.
Illegal break here on rack number 1. A little hard to see if Alara has the 1 past the 3. I don't think she does, so she's going to lay up behind the 3 here. Oh, it did have the pocketing angle and missed it.
Yeah, and you and I had the pleasure of being over on our other TV table, live stream table just now, and for our viewers that are new to the 9-ball today, it is the 3-point rule, and although you have to make a ball on the table, you still need to get another 2 balls behind the rack, in the kitchen, unless you pot more than 1 ball, and for each ball you pot, that's 1 less that needs to go in the kitchen. And Anna has played a very tough safety shot here for Alara, punishing her off that missed 1 ball.
Yeah, interesting spot here for Alara. If she hits the 1, it's almost guaranteed to go in, but tough 2-rail kick, tough to judge. Long distance diagonally. Good try, but it's going to be first advantage to Gradisnik here.
Yes, it is, and as you can see from that camera angle, Anna might be having a little eye up of a 5-9 combination in the hope of ending this game, this rack rather, a little bit earlier than intended. However, she still has a few balls to go before that, Eric.
Yeah, it's going to be tight position on the 2 here. She's going to have to play the 2 in the same pocket as the 1. I kind of like the following angle from there, but she's done well. Proper position with the cue ball now. I think the combo is just a little too off angle where she is going to favor pocketing the 5 directly. Gonna have to come across table from the 3 to the 5 here.
Yeah, she made sure of that. How is her angle, Eric? Not too shabby.
Yeah, enough that she doesn't have to force it with too much speed. Just maybe a half speed more than comfortable. It doesn't have to really power up here. Yeah, on this overhead or the back view, she is comfortable here to play medium speed. Good shot. Slightest angle moving towards the left. And she's looking good to take rack number 1 here.
Yeah, good opportunity, and just wants to set herself up nicely on this 7.
Both players looking like they're in their early 20s. I know Alara is only 20 years old. Gradisnik, I don't know the exact age, but definitely up-and-comers in the overall women's game.
Absolutely, and I've had the pleasure of seeing them both play this week, and the caliber of the youth game and what has been coming through over the past decade has been really impressive, and a testament to the tournaments they have available for them in Europe. And a big thank you to Predator and the Epbf for doing that. And if our viewers at home want to have a look at the other tables in regards to what the scorelines are, please do visit the Epbf website, where all of our disciplines are available for you to check out your favourite players and also see what times they're playing on the tables. And I played that 7 lovely for the 8 and has made this rather simple at the end here, Eric.
Yeah, looking good. And that's a good comment there. I mean, Jasmine Ocean has kind of headed up the top of the women's European charge for the last 15 or 20 years, but really looking like the next generation of women's European players is going to be competitive on the international scene. Players like Gradisnik, Alara that you're seeing right now.
Indeed, Eric, and you mentioned Yasmin, and Yasmin Ushan is on one of our other tables in the last 16. She has a formidable opponent in the form of Germany's Ina Kaplan, who has also been delivering some great results throughout the last 10 days. And other highlights would be Pia Filler, still in the last 16, hoping to finish strong as she did in our other disciplines, such as the straight ball, which she won, Eric. But our 10-ball winner, Alara Gafari, is up to the table and looking to strike back.
Yeah, good opener here for Alara. Gonna have to deal with some little bit of traffic with the 6-7 heading back towards the 4.
And I have
One
to say,
rail is
Eric,
advisable here. Go ahead. Yeah, that's all right.
yeah, no problem. One of the strengths that she did display in her 10-ball performance was her break was significantly more powerful than a lot of the other players we saw in the day, and a little bit of a different break format for the 10-ball, with there being a break box. But power was certainly, as we were witness to, the best policy for the 10-ball, and with our 3-point rule here, also with the 9-ball. Alara went airborne there and made the shot, made the ball, but did not make the pot. And that cue ball has come down into a very favourable position here and is going to leave cueing a bit difficult for Anna, I fear.
Yeah, so tough that I think she might consider safe here. Have to get a second look at the angle. Yeah, the cue ball's kind of running into the 7. Safes aren't easy. Could play the 4 to the left and try to bring the cue ball behind the 5, but that's tough. See what she chooses here. She's looking at the pocketing angle. What a big shot to come with this would be, Gethin.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I don't think she felt that she could get position for the 5, so elected to play safe, and well, she's left a similar tester for Alara, but she can see a lot more of the cue ball here, and I actually fancy her to have a good go at this, Eric.
I think it's still a little too aggressive. You'd have to elevate and draw, so I think looking to play the cue ball behind the 6 here.
Yeah, good call, and probably the best strategy at the early stages of this race to 7.
Too much angle for her, and it's a hold here. She's going to have to run into the 5. It'll afford her good pocketing speed on the 4. Just a question of where the 5's going to end up. Yeah, kind of cute across it there. Easy to do at such speed, but we're playing 9-ball rules here. Fluke's in the 6, and she'll still be at the table. No look on the 4. Maybe the slightest right edge, but not much happening off the right edge of the 4.
No, and if that 6 hadn't have dropped, that would have presented Alara with this, and it's not...
That's right.
It's not an easy shot, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, thin off the right edge, maybe trying to get the cue ball behind the 8. There's not much here. That was a good shot, actually. It's not going to turn out well, but that's all she had. Just really needed more speed and maybe trying to bring the cue ball back behind the 7. But open chance now for Alara to reply.
These 9-ball matches are alternate break, and always helpful if you can return the favor when your opponent does break your serve. And
For the side.
I found that,
Okay.
yeah,
One rail's kind of tracking to the 9. Might have to add a little bit of right here, which is difficult when you're off the rail. Expect her to get it, but a bit of a test here for Alara. Similar position now. I think she'll stick to straight high on the cue ball here, playing the 9 on the side.
very strong pot, Eric, and sets herself up for a very simple 9-ball. And Alara Gafari wins the rack to bring it back to 1 apiece, with Anna to break on this race to 7. And we could have us a tight match on our hands here, Eric, if these girls are going to be playing to such a high standard. And I'm excited at the prospect. This is what we've been looking forward to with this 9-ball event.
Yeah, you have the kind of big 3 international players. I'm assuming they're still left. Yasmin, Pia, and Kristina Zlateva, kind of the headliners in the women's 9-ball and the overall women's European Championships. But both these players, and obviously Alara, oh look at this, the 2-9 could have lined up, but the 7 got in the way.
I don't know if that's a foul break. I only saw...
I think it is. Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
So Alara's going to come into the table here. I believe she'll pass the pushing option back to Anna. I think just pushing down near the short rail where she's standing now is a good play.
Yeah, she was just looking at her lines there, and the push out these days can be such a pivotal point in the game. You do not want to let up when you have this opportunity, but more importantly, you don't want to leave yourself in an awkward position if your opponent gives it back to you, so it can be a big dilemma. She's gone for distance.
Yeah, I like this push. I like pushing your opponent into kind of test your pocketing positions. You can kind of play mentally on the opponent. It's like, go ahead, try to make this one. Even if she does make it, she won't have perfect position on the 3. Good push there from Anna. Forced Alara into a mistake. she's going to get rewarded here. Cue ball's
Oh.
playing into the short side of the... Oh, she fluked the ball in. I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah, the 6 just snuck in this bottom right-hand corner while we weren't looking, Eric, and Alara's still at the table.
Oh, wow. Big roll here early on.
Wow, she
Nice
played that
ball.
well, and she's gone into that 3-ball and left it on. I don't know if it's straight, Eric, but
Yeah, I believe just enough angle to develop some angle towards the 4. Straighter than she'd like, but she can develop angle towards the 4 here.
I think we're getting little glimpses of her 10-ball performance, Eric, and Anna, sitting in her chair right now, must be wondering if Alara's going to miss. Did she just come too far with the cue ball, Eric?
Oh, definitely. I mean, she overdrew that. She was trying to play the 5 in the side, and it looks like the pocketing angle on the 5 could lead the cue ball into the side pocket, so I think she's going to lay up behind the 7 here.
Yeah, clever call, Eric, and I think that's a wise play. A little bit of distance, but in case Anna wanted to consider the jump, but I can't imagine there would be a jump here. Maybe 2 cushion escape.
I
Which
like
side
that,
of...
and
Yeah.
yeah, and trying to hit the right side of the 5. Ideally playing the cue ball in line with the 8-9. Proper side of the 5. How's it going to end up? Pretty good, I think, unless it lays over the side. Nope, she's okay.
Wow. Did very well to avoid the cue ball going in the corner pocket there, and there's always the risk when you're playing the 2-rail shot of that happening. And she even got a added bonus of the 5-ball coming right up behind this 9, so Alara with the 1 cushion escape. Oh, how do you like that, Eric?
Can't beat it.
Our
Really
good
was trying to stick the cue ball behind the 9 there, but a little bonus with pocketing the 5.
Well, our cameraman was
Tester for
teasing us
Alara
there.
coming up.
Yeah, that was a tester, Eric, and a little bit of a test too much. And this is an unexpected gift for Anna. A little bit against the run of Alara's play there, and these can be the little swings that add a bit more pepper to the dish. So relatively easy run through here for Anna. And our first break of break. Very nicely done. And a bit of a gift for Anna there. And I don't think it's anything to be too alarmed about, but Anna certainly took the opportunity with both hands. And oh, I do apologise, it went with the break. That's my fault there, Eric.
Yeah, no breaking runs yet so far. A couple of illegal breaks, actually. So both players will be looking to be more aggressive on their break going forward. Corner ball down for Alara. 1 ball sitting up nicely. Barely legal with the 5, and she's good to stay on offense here. Seven balls blocking a good portion of the 4. think she's going to favor coming back to the middle of the table and then back to the middle of the table again. Kind of get an angle on the cutting the 4 to the right.
Sounds like she's listening to you, Eric, and just to let the viewers know at home, these players are under the shot clock here on the TV table, and they do have 1 extension per rack per player. However, these girls do not seem to be hanging around too much with their decision making. And again, Eric, she's following your lead and bringing it back up to the center of the table and left herself a great angle on this 4. She will be facing the prospect of traffic. I don't know what you think there, Eric.
Yeah, I think playing heavy left on this and just avoiding it altogether. Cloth's worn in a little bit, so this left plays like this with left spin are going to grab a little more. Decent. Going to be big power now for Alara. 5 balls close enough to the pocket that she'll be reasonably comfortable, but got to catch the cueing point real solid here to have good cue ball control.
I was just wondering if that 8 was hampering her bridge. Maybe not.
I think she's just okay to get a full bridge at it. Open bridge, interesting. I like using close bridge on these power shots. Well struck. How's the 7? Blocked her.
Ooh. Well, we got a glimpse of her power there, but I think she got a little bit too much into that one, and we're going to get to see Alara go airborne. Well, she made a good hit, Eric. However, she has left Anna with a very good look at this 6 ball, and this could be the 2nd gift in a row for Anna, and Alara won't be wanting to give too many of them away.
Yeah, distance pocketing here for Anna. But if it does go down, she'll establish a nice early lead in this match. Nice play, nice speed.
Yeah, and she stayed down on the shot well there, Eric. Good example for us all at home. Ooh, a little bit of adrenaline in the arm there, Eric, and she might not have wanted to have come this side of the 8, giving herself a little bit more to do. I still fancy her making this and getting position, of course, but maybe a little bit of adrenaline in the arm.
Yeah, ideally wanted to move the cue ball about a foot here. She's going to have to go about 6 feet around. 2 rails forward can play okay here. So this 9 ball for a decent lead for Anna starting the match.
Indeed, Eric, and 3-1 in a race to 7 with an alternate break. She's going to be very happy with her position right now, and again, 2 mistakes from Alara, giving Anna this opportunity, and I think if she can just sniff out them mistakes, we will be up for a very close match. If Anna can be successful with this break, however, I think a 4-1 lead will really give her a massive boost of confidence. So, big break, and as you've said, we've had a couple of illegal breaks, so I'm looking to get a good view back at the table after this shot. That's one.
Illegal.
Yeah, and she made a ball. However, this 3-point rule proving to be a little bit of a pest for our two ladies here. And again, if you were playing with your friends down the pub, this would have been a legal break and you would have had a good shot on this one. However, Anna's back in a chair. Let's see what Alara chooses to do here. Maybe
Didn't have
wanted
quite
to...
enough of the one. Go ahead.
No. I think she's just come up a bit short, was looking to put the 9-ball in between them two, and this is not a bad little opportunity for Anna here.
Yeah, lots of cue ball movement. She's looking at possibly playing around the 4 and then angling kind of back towards the 6. 2's available in the right middle. Just backed off. I didn't mind the offense there, Gethin. There was a path to get towards the 6. Definitely tough, and can't fault anyone for a high percentage safe like this, and did well. We'll see how the final outcome is here.
Yeah, agreed. And she, as you've alluded to, has got better. Probably put Alara in more trouble than Alara put Anna, but fortune favours the brave, and she's given that a little bit more clout, looking for something to happen, and I think she's come out all right there now, Eric. I'm not too sure, but that 8-ball looks like it's stopping her path to the 1.
Yeah, well, that's the variable, especially at the beginning of the rack when there's so many balls on the table. I mean, if you start playing safe on the 5 or the 6, similar to Anna did, you're more likely to get some kind of shot, or at least there's no risk of really getting behind another ball. But at the beginning of the rack, stuff like this can happen. The 4 9's lined up, so this will be a big battle on the 1 here.
And I just wanted to point out, Eric, that our team over at the Kalevi Arena in Tallinn was just giving us the overhead view there, and they're just teasing us again with this camera view. There's a 4-9 lurking down there, Eric.
Oh yeah, I mean, it'll be a battle to get on the 1 here, because either player... There goes the 8, and is she on the 1? She is. A lot of flukes in this match so far, Gethin. I mean, we've got to feel like 3 or 4 fluke balls in. Just shows these old school 9-ball rules do make a difference sometimes.
They do, Eric, and as we both know, with 9-ball it can come down to games of margins, and that 1-ball just stayed available. And you mentioned that it would be a battle of the 1-ball. Well, consider Alara has won that battle, and she does have a good shot at the 2 here. Will she make it through to that, make a decision on that 4? Let's find out. Played that dead weight, caught the knuckle, but it's dropped in on these tight Predator Arc corner pockets. She's left herself a little shot into the centre, and well, we're going to find out now, Eric.
Yeah, it's lined up pretty good. I'd make her a favorite here. Gonna narrow the score line to 3-2. Nice shot.
Yeah, Eric, you were right, and Alara, winning the little battle of the 1-ball there, has continued to get to that combo and gets one back. 3-2. Race to 7. All to play for. And it looks like Alara, with the break, has a chance to get this back to all square. Race to 7, last 16. Ooh, that was a good break, Eric, and the one ball was tracking towards the corner pocket, but the cue ball knocked it out the way, and
Illegal again, though, Gethin. This is 4 out of 6 illegal breaks. Kind of odd to see.
yeah, you're right, Eric, and it was a bit of a odd to see in our earlier match on the other TV table, and you just always feel with that rule there, you're wanting to hit it as hard as possible, and I know from watching Alara break, she has a lot more power in that arm, and I'm sure Anna does too, but Anna making sure of that tight pot into the centre bag, and have we got another 4-9 combo? It doesn't look like it from here.
I don't think so. And she, excuse me, and she had an early look at if the 4 passed in the left middle, and we actually had a camera angle from her Predator team showing that the 4 does pass in the left middle. It's going to be tough to get the cue ball back into the right side of the table here. She's going to have to go between the 5-8 twice and possibly come a little long on the 4, kind of like she's looking now. But I think she is going to have a go at this position here. Under Druitt. Still on the 4. Safe options now for Anna.
Oh yeah, and if she were to go for the pot, if the pot were on, she does have the 8 ball as a blocker to stop the cue ball from running away, but I fancy safety being the order of the day here. It depends what Anna can see.
Yeah, she has to hit the 4 real thinly to avoid the 8. And that's going to kind of leave the 4 out in the open. It could play possibly off the 9 and towards the long rail and then back towards the short rail.
Well, I think she's given Alara a look at the 4, but she'll be looking for the thinnest of edges here, I believe.
Yeah, that was a good play, actually, recognizing that if she did run into the 8 squarely, which she did, she would stop the cue ball and controlling the 4 nicely. Did leave the right edge, but really did well from that position.
Now Anna finds herself with some reward from that, and a good chance here to get a grip of this rack. It's going to need a little deft touch off this 4 ball. I say that. She's hammered it in, Eric.
Yeah, try to come around the rails.
Oh, it was a large angle for her, Eric, and she doesn't need the pot. Has the 6 come to the rescue? I'm not so sure it has, and maybe it has, Eric. It looked like Alara was eyeing up if she could spin it or jump it. So, maybe still another twist to come in this 6th frame.
It's
What
in.
a shot! I did not see that one coming, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, hit the proper side of the 5, and there was always a chance to bank it across table. But call it another half fluke here, and we're on a bit of a topsy-turvy match so far. Good containing save from Alara. If Anna can see the right side of the 6, it'll be very beneficial for the overall play here. Doesn't look like she can. That's about all she could do there. Looking for coverage from the 8. She might just have it.
I don't know. She walked away rather quickly, Eric.
You're right, and a half head shake there, so I think Alara is going to have a chance at this. But she is getting down, looking at the angle. It's close. Oh, going for the jump cue. Hasn't left it easy.
No, she hasn't at all.
Yeah, it's always tough to play safe when balls are right near the rail, so the 7 and 8 are kind of out of play as far as playing safe. She might just play the cue ball across into the 7 here. Too tough to kind of spin it and amend the angle to do anything other than that. That's a decent, smart shot. Guaranteed to leap distance. Gave herself a chance to actually pocket the 6. So big shot for Alara coming here, and I think she will go offense here. Gonna try to run the cue ball into the 7.
She's made the pot great. I think she was wanting to just nibble the 7 there by the look of her cue. I'm judging by the pace she hit the cue ball, but a great pot under pressure, and still left with the shot on this 7. A little bit to do.
Yeah, a lot to do. Gonna have to leave herself distance on the 8. Don't want to really overhit the speed here.
Yep. High level of difficulty. I have to say, Eric, she did come over enough for the 8, even with difficult cueing on the cue ball, but has given it back to Anna. And with that cue ball so close to the short rail, that makes this shot a little bit more difficult. Looks like she's eyeing up the center pocket.
Yeah, I think the cue ball might be playing just to the left of the corner here. If it's going directly in the corner, she's going to have to lag it in. No good. Is the 9 going to get in the way?
It's certainly lurking and threatening that.
Can't tell here if the cue ball's running into the 9. If it is, I think there's room to stun between the 9 and the side pocket and come across table. Not easy, though, whenever you're trying to elevate and stun off the rail.
No, this is a very tricky shot. Ooh, went for the bank, which was a very brave shot, and didn't make it. And I think this will be relatively simple 7, but that 8 ball is still in a tricky position there. Well, this is not a gimme, Eric, but position is very good. So Anna taking her extension here and just composing herself. A good position to take a 2-frame lead. Race to 7, she currently leads 3 racks to 2, so very important rack for her to win.
Nice shot from Anna, heart of the pocket there. And gonna get back her 2-game lead here.
That was a confident 8, Eric. She's walked around the table looking like it was nothing, but I can tell everyone at home that was not an easy shot. A good look at 4-2 here, Eric. Yes, and Anna Gradisnik of Slovenia takes a 2-rack lead in this ladies 9-ball last 16. She leads by 4 frames to 2. And she has the break. And I'm just looking now, Eric. I believe Alara has just... Oh no, I thought Alara had taken her time out. She's just gone over to change the score. So we will move swiftly on to Anna's break. And I have to say, Eric, healthy looking signs for Anna, and 2 gifts from Alara have really got her to this point. So Alara will be wanting to sniff that out, and I think this is good. That is great. Teamwork,
Yeah,
well, not teammanship, but
honest mistake there from Anna, racking the 9 on the wing. And I believe the 9's a win, so good thing they caught it.
yeah, and I actually think Alara called it out as well. That she looked over to give her the thanks, so that's just beautiful, and that's something that we've been seeing for the last 10 days of this tournament. That's great. However, back to business. 4-2, Anna Gradisnik, and she has the break.
Even if she would have made a ball, she would have been illegal again, and yeah. So, just to mention for the viewers at home, they are trying to hit the rack thinner, and hitting the rack thinner will lead into not as many balls coming up table. I mean, yeah, I haven't seen a women's 9-ball match yet, but it takes skill to hit them with enough speed and at the proper cut angle to really achieve this 3-point rule. I mean,
you'd have to think...
Go ahead, yeah.
Sorry, Eric, you'd have to think that the ladies out there that are consistently, legally breaking are going to get a bit more of an advantage, no?
For sure. And, you know, the original implementation, and still to this day, is that they don't want the players to hit the break softly. It's just funny that the angle they need to hit it at does lead into illegal breaks sometimes. Just a comment.
I think it's useful to point out, and I've had the pleasure of commentating many 9-ball matches, and this is certainly up there with the number of illegal breaks, and I very rarely see this happening, but of course the 3-point rule does lend itself to that. Maybe it's time to move off the cut break and look elsewhere, but both girls not letting up yet, and that's a good safety by Anna. Maybe a 2-cushion escape, but I'm not too sure here, Eric. Can you see anything more attractive?
I like the 2 rails. She'd have to play it with too much left spin to go directly to the short rail here. 1 ball is going to be playing a lot of the time into the 7, 8, 9 stack. Maybe you can try to hit it on the right side of the 1 as we look at the screen now, and play the 1 over near the 2. Tough spot for Alara here. Nicely done. That's all she could really try off that kick. Hasn't left it great as far as her concern. And it's gonna have a chance here, but that was a decent try there. And it's going to be wanting to be queuing into the full cue ball here because she's going to need a lot of draw to come back and avoid the 2. Might have to run into the 2.
I'm just sorry to inform you, Eric, but you are a little behind on the feed right now.
I know it's happening again.
Just wanted to
It's happened
point out.
last match too. I know.
No, absolutely. And just in case it was confusing the viewers at home, just to let you know, Eric, she is now up on a very tricky 3-ball down the cushion with the cue ball in the center of the table. And she's taken it on, and that was a very difficult cut, but she may have played it as a 2-way shot because she's left the 3 at least partially blocked by the 7-8. So maybe Alara can see an edge, and if she can she see enough to pot it? Looks like she's going to just maneuver that ball with a bit of spin, perhaps. Well, she trails by 4 racks to 2, and this could be the moment to start making some moves. Well, I think she did try to swerve it, but maybe with the aim of the safety, and she has got it safe. There is a little look at the cross bank on the 3 if she feels there's value on bringing the cue ball round the 5-ball, but I don't think she can get into the cue ball enough, so maybe just a containing safety here.
Yeah, I think the cue ball can play to the left of the 5. It's a bit of a 2-way. The speed you have to play that is going to kind of hang the 3, though.
Yeah, well, she has found cover.
Nice shot.
Laura coming off 2 rails. Did she pop the cue ball? No, it just stayed out of the corner pocket, and there's now left Anna with a little bit of an ugly shot here. The 3 does go.
Sorry, Gethin. Yeah, nothing easy here. Cue ball's almost playing into the right corner as well. Gonna look for safe, I think. Crossing the cue ball over to the left long rail.
Oh, she is not, Eric. And she's potted that great, but sadly, just runs out of position, or rather didn't run into position, and a little grin from Anna there. She's going to have to play safe now and just eyeing up a nice position behind this cluster of 4. But an opportunity. Made a great pot and looking to keep the advantage. Now, did she do that well enough, Eric? I don't think so. Yep, she has played for a 3-ball plant here, but I think there's a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, this is makeable, Gethin. The 9's kind of playing into the short rail, but she can target the 5 into the right side of the 7 and try to move the 9 towards the corner a little more.
Oh, she's hit it hard and just missed it. And the 9 ball has also missed going in the other corner pocket, and she's given Alara a very good opportunity here. I'm not too sure if that 9 ball where it is going to hamper her positioning with the cue ball here. She has a thin cut on this 5, Eric.
Yeah, I think it will, and it's so thin that I think she might just try to play the 5 behind the 9 here. Little thin, but the cue ball or the 6 ball's done well. I think she can actually make this ball, Gethin.
I think she can indeed, and it doesn't look like the 9 ball is going to hamper her when she comes off the cushion either. So a good weighted cue ball here, and she could find herself in prime position in this 7th rack.
Nice shot, little hard on the speed, but she can draw this ball back to the right of the side pocket.
Yeah, good call, Eric. I think she did just slightly come past, but the way she's played this, she's opened up other shots. She's followed your lead there, Eric, and floated over. Shouldn't need to do too much here with the cue ball. It looks like it should come around that 8 ball quite nicely. So can focus on the pot if that's the case.
Yeah, just focus on pocketing here.
And that was in the heart of the pocket, Eric. So Anna composing herself here, but really doing well from this opportunity. And with Alara in her chair, now she, after picking her chalk up with Alara in a chair, Alara must be asking a few questions here.
Good shot there from Anna, recognizing that she didn't want to play any extra spin on a tough shot like that. So just accepting the more distance.
And Anna Gradisnik, our Slovenian, has taken a 5-2 lead against our Northern Cypriot, Alara Gafari. And Alara's got the break here, Eric. However, I think Anna's feeling quietly confident with herself.
Yeah, she's played a good match so far. A few more mistakes than expected from Alara. But Anna's taking advantage of as much as she can, and good lead now.
And that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, but that's a cue ball as well. Oh dear, Eric.
Yeah. Tough roll for Alara here. Going to be a lot of cue ball movement from 2 to 3. Good amount of traffic coming up table too. I like trying to get on the short rail side of the 2 here. Playing 2 rails back towards the 3.
Yeah, that 3 looking like it's blocked by the 6 ball to go in the pocket where she's just potted that 1 ball. Or does it? Maybe she has both pockets open for it, but this is a thin cut, Eric.
Yeah, and 5-9 looming big back towards the most natural position towards the 3, so she's not in an easy spot here. I think you can draw it enough to come inside the 7, 2 or 3 rails. Yeah, try that.
Well, while we're watching Anna contend with this difficult 3, just a quick bit of news for our German viewers and fans. It looks like we already have 2 ladies through to the quarterfinals in the form of Tina Vogelmann and Johanna Indelkoffer. So Germany already getting off to a flying start with 2 of their players in the quarterfinals. Anna's played this delicately to bring the cue ball behind the 7, and well, has she got it, Eric?
I have a feeling she's left the right edge. But going for the jump cue immediately. Tricky jump here, Gethin. I mean, the 7's real close to the cue ball. Kind of almost surprised she's going at the jump here. Doesn't have to jump over the full ball, obviously.
No, that is a foul, Eric, and I was with you 100% there. There clearly was a jump available, but I can't help but think she needed a lot more elevation on that cue, even if going over the edge, and clearly she's given away a ball in hand when her opponent, Slovenia's Anna Gradisnik, is 5-2 up. Not ideal, however. A testament to the safety that Anna played, and now she finds herself coming from right at the top down to the bottom end of this table. The cue ball just seemed to hug the cushion there, Eric. It was threatening to come away, but
I think caught the point on the way through. Couldn't quite see. I was a little lagged, but she's in a bad spot here. No angle, and has to develop something towards the 5. If anything, she might be able to power to the right just slightly and come across back to where she is now. Tough shot, though.
Whoa, she's looking to jack up and probably try and bring the cue ball back to somewhere where it is now. What a shot this would be.
That's the only option, really.
Oh, she's played that well. How's she come out of it, Eric? I don't think the combo's on. Is there a bank? Clearly too aggressive.
Yeah, good play. High percentage safe there.
And there is a very good chance, if she plays this well off the second rail, of making this 5. And with the right pace, she could flip the momentum right over. Let's see how she plays this. No. And I'm not too sure if a ball is going to touch a rail. It doesn't. That's ball in hand. And Alara conceding that rack by the looks of it. Not often you see that, but clearly she felt that the position she left Anna in there was too good for her, and Anna Gradisnik, in a rather unusual way, is on the hill, leading 6 racks to 2, the scoreboard to be updated. But Eric, you don't see that very often, do you?
Yeah, a bit of emotion there from Alara, and, you know, coming on, I guess she's been on a long emotional week already, you know. I think of the ups and downs she went through in the 10 ball, and eventually coming away with the victory there. And just kind of, coming off like a winning tournament and then things not going her way in this match. It's understandable, and she's kind of underperformed in this match.
Yeah, you're right, Eric. And the amount of table time she has had, especially in reaching and winning the final, all of these players having to not just manage their consistency on the table, but also with their nutrition and with their rest schedule. And it's long days here, but that's what these professionals have to do to continue and to be rewarded at this standard and level of play. And Anna has made a legal break. She's got a shot on this 3, and as we see from that great angle, there is a gap through there. I'm not sure if she will be playing for that, but that would be superb stuff if she does. No, she's played that well and come across the table, Eric. A little tricky cut, but good position nevertheless.
Yeah, she did well from that position and a chance to win the match here. Cue ball's going to avoid the scratch. She can come around 2 rails.
Great shot. Had to take a little bit of a longer and more open angle on this 5, but yeah, this is a good opportunity here to win the rack, Eric. And I'm just having a quick look through, and we were talking about Germany and their performance so far. It looks like Ina Kaplan, our other German, has also made it through to the quarterfinals. So far it's an all German affair. Let's see if Slovenia have something to say about that. And by the looks of that shot, Eric, I think Anna has something to say about that.
Yeah, she's there now. Just a small amount of distance here, but nothing to do on position. Could even run into the 9. Just try to push it closer to the pocket.
Very nice.
So a bit of an upset. Looks like it's coming here from Gradisnik from Slovenia. Big favorite now to move into the quarterfinals and upend the winner of the 10-ball division.
They're always tricky, Eric. She's played that lovely. I'm always nervous when the balls are that close into the pocket with regards to keeping control of that cue ball, but she's done lovely there.
And here it is, this 9 for the win for Gradisnik.
Yes, Eric. Anna Gradisnik takes this last 16 9-ball game 7 frames to 2 against Alara Gafari, played in great spirits. She progresses through to the quarterfinals, and just to let our viewers know at home, the quarterfinals will be starting in roughly an hour from now, so please stay peeled on our 2 live stream TV tables. My name's Gethin Davis, and I just want to extend a big thank you to my colleague in the box, Eric Horlefson. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure again.
Thanks, guys. Stay tuned for the next round.